Miss Kunkel, you think we're ready to go?
Yes, I think we're good. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Um, well, good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. on July 29th, 2024, and you're joining us for a workshop in proceeding 24M-0261G. This proceeding was designed as a follow-up to Public Service Company of Colorado's first gas infrastructure plan, which was submitted last year. This proceeding is intended to address three main areas as a venue to discuss progress in the areas of gas load forecasting, gas system mapping, and cost-benefit analysis associated with non-pipeline alternatives. So I do just want to, I'll have an abbreviated intro compared to last time, but I do want to ask our presenters to please be cognizant of your use of acronyms to be sure the information we're presenting is as transparent and as accessible as possible, including to people who may not be involved with a lot of other commission proceedings. I intend we'll hear some references to the gas infrastructure plan today, which people might call the GIP, as well as references to the company or PSCO, which would generally refer to Public Service Company of Colorado, since this is a proceeding focused entirely on their gas infrastructure plan process. Also, any discussions on NPA, stand for non-pipeline alternatives, and CBA, the cost-benefit analysis used to analyze those non-pipeline alternatives. Might also hear references to DSM, demand-side management, or generally kind of the efficiency programs offered, and as well as beneficial electrification, which is the electrification of loads, perhaps that we're not utilizing electricity as a fuel source before. So just wanted to throw out some of those terms, but I encourage our presenters, if you have an acronym or some new term, help me make sure that this content remains accessible to everyone. So let me turn to our subject matter for today. Among that suite of three issues, we intend to talk primarily about two of those today. Regarding system mapping, this workshop aims to review the company's current mapping capabilities and the associated disclosure of data to the Commission, and also address any planned improvements in advance of the company's next gas infrastructure plan to their mapping features and availability, including the influence and relationship of mapping that is required from other Commission proceedings, including proceeding number 22R0491 GPS. And on the topic of cost-benefit analysis, this workshop, we will hear the company's current approach for developing cost-benefit analyses for non-pipeline alternatives, any changes the company plans to make to that methodology as part of its next gas infrastructure plan filing. And we'll also have an opportunity for stakeholders to address both of these issues. We have invited today the Colorado Energy Office, as well as Western Resource Advocates representatives, to help us understand their perspectives, especially on these two issues, so that we can ideally progress these issues in the discussions in advance of the next gas infrastructure plan filing. So with that, we do have an agenda today. I wanted to ask our presenters, ideally, I know we've asked each of you to address both of these areas, system mapping as well as the cost-benefit analysis approach. And just to keep us organized, there's so much content. I think we're going to have to get in each of these areas. It seems easier to me if perhaps we have each of you go just on the topic of mapping and then have a brief discussion on that. And then we'll try and take a break and turn to the area of cost-benefit analysis as it relates to NPA. So maybe if we have anyone from CEO, WRA, and the company to just confirm that approach works for you and you're able to, sorry, we're trying to do it all as quick and efficiently as we can, but I think that will aid our discussion. Does that work for everybody? Okay, cool. I think we'll keep the order of our presenters the same if that works. So we had the time slots kind of just as general total times. I will be getting you out of here by 5 p.m. today, and we'll see, how quickly we can get through all of this material, but there's a ton of content that we really want to cover and get through. So I think we'll start with Public Service Company of Colorado. I don't have a real firm time limit, but I'm thinking, I mean, we want to turn to CBA by 3, ideally. So we've got 2 hours to get through each of you, and that I would say, you know, if you can hit us with around a half hour, ideally not way more than a half hour on your topic on mapping, that would be ideal to keep us moving.
That works for us. Thank you, Commissioner Gilman.
Excellent. Thank you. So feel free to introduce yourself and go ahead and lead us off, Ms. Jones.
Perfect. I'm going to share my screen, and if you could just confirm that you can see it once it's available.
I've got it.
Okay, wonderful. Well, first and foremost, I wanted to thank the Commission and you specifically, Commissioner Gilman, for having us today to have another workshop on gas planning. As you mentioned, the company has prepared a presentation on gas system mapping as well as cost-benefit analyses for the non-pipeline alternative analysis program. So we will focus first on gas system mapping, and I would like to first introduce my co-presenter who's with me today, Christopher Akins. He is the Director of Standards. My name is Grace Jones. I am the Manager of Gas Strategic Planning, and I work in the Integrated System Planning Department of Xcel Energy. Also with us today is several different subject matter experts who may come on and introduce themselves during the discussion portion of today's event. So without further ado, we do have a jam-packed agenda for you, so I will go ahead and move us forward. All right, in regards to system mapping, we will be giving a gas system overview as well as a framing exercise on the current regulatory and statutory requirements. We will be addressing security concerns, GIS data integration, and GIS is Geospatial Integrated System, and then any future opportunities or next steps as it relates to the company. So really quick, I'll start us off with kind of a framing exercise on the gas system overview. And I think this is important to understand the magnitude of the gas assets that Public Service of Colorado owns and operates within Colorado. So as you can see on the map, we have over approximately 24,000 miles of distribution mains, as well as 2,000 miles of transmission pipeline. This includes over 1.2 million services, as well as 18 compressor stations with over 40 compressors, totaling about 38,000 horsepower. In addition, we have roughly 2,000 regulator stations and, of course, all other supporting infrastructure required to maintain and operate a safe natural gas system. Next, I'd like to go through the gas infrastructure rule mapping requirements, and this is as they were originally stated in the gas infrastructure plan rules. Now, I'm not going to read this exhaustively, but we have tried to kind of highlight or bold some of the important key requirements as we saw them from the perspective of the company. So first, Gas Infrastructure Plan Rule 4553A under general requirements. It requires one or more maps that should include the locations of individually planned projects, the pressure district or the geographic area served by the individual planned projects. It also should include other distinct zones identified for planning purposes, and of course, disproportionately impacted communities. The other Gas Infrastructure Plan Rule 4553C, planned project information, has additional requirements for mapping and requires that the company present the project location and an illustrative map of the facilities. This should include the pressure district or geographic area, existing and proposed regulator stations, existing and proposed distribution piping or higher capacity pipelines, locations of any disproportionately impacted community, and the identification of the electric service provider in that project area. So on the screen here is a copy of the map that Public Service of Colorado provided in the 2023 Gas Infrastructure Plan. And this was our overarching project overview map. And as you can see, following the rules and requirements, we had different projects located on the map itself with different allocations based on the star color. So this included system safety, capacity expansion, and mandatory relocation. It also showed the gas operating boundaries being distribution areas and transmission areas. Another example of a map that we provided in the 2023 gas infrastructure plan, and this one is for an individual plan project. This was the Pearl Street Mall project map, one of our favorite projects. And this is the public version, again, just for level setting and context as we go into this conversation. So the Pearl Street Mall project map does have an indication of any existing distribution pipelines, as well as in blue, an indication of the proposed distribution main that we would be replacing through this project. It also has an indication on here as to the category, whether or not there are any disproportionately impacted communities, as well as the electric utility provider, which in this case was also Public Service Company of Colorado. So moving forward in the timeline, again, I will not be reading these exhaustively, but I think we intend to file these PowerPoints into the record after this conversation, is an overview of the new gas infrastructure mapping requirements as we understand them from Senate Bill 23-291. And again, I'll go through some of the high-level requirements. So it does require that any investor-owned gas utility should provide a map showing system-wide locations, ages, and materials of types of gas infrastructure system plans. Additionally, it should show information that provides information about the pipes that may need to be upgraded or replaced within the next 10 years after the date the utility files the plan, and several other requirements as listed below. So moving through this quite quickly, as you might recall, filed in our supplemental gas infrastructure plan in 2023, we did file new and what we feel improved maps based on stakeholder comments throughout that proceeding to try to provide some more transparency into the mapping. So on the left-hand side is the first map. It's a single map that is used to display a statewide view of the company's 12 separate natural gas systems. The red lines indicate the transmission pipelines, and then we provided high-level tables that provide relevant information on pipe material, installation decades, and diameter for said transmission lines. And then on the right-hand side of the screen, again, this is an example, but we provided 12 maps, and all of them, again, indicate the company's natural gas systems, with the transmission pipeline being in red, and data and statistics on the pipe material, the installation decade, and the diameter for the distribution mains in the applicable service area. Finally, there is a third map, which displayed approximately 10 square miles of the company's gas system. And this map was really intended to show what a map would look like if we included the locations of the distribution lines, as well as vintage material and diameters directly on the map itself. In order to produce maps of this magnitude with the system that I described earlier, it would take over 4,000 maps for the company to replicate this requested distribution data at the level of granularity across the entirety of the natural gas system. So with that, after that framing exercise, I will hand it over to Christopher Akins, Director of Standards. Chris, go ahead and take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us on the call again. My name is Christopher Akins, Director of Standards. As Grace mentioned, my department oversees pipeline compliance and safety standards for our natural gas pipeline safety in our state and federal areas. For the next couple slides, I'm going to be talking about some of the information that we currently share and the locations that we share this data information. First, I want to point out CFR 191 does have requirements for us to report annually on the aggregated system data. This doesn't include mapping, but it does include the system information compiled together for our respective operating areas, and it is subdivided depending on the asset type. So you'll see in the sub-bullets here, distribution and transmission have certain attributes that we do share, again, on an aggregated basis. Additionally, not listed here, there is underground natural gas storage that we also report on as an example. But you can see that we do list out the attributes there. So for distribution, miles of main, number of services and materials, decade of installation, leak cause, and excavation damage. Similarly, on the transmission side, we have those same attributes, but they've also integrated some other integrity data that they want submitted on an annual basis as well. So you can see here HCA miles, inspection assessments, in addition to the other similar ones, mains, miles of mains, materials, and decade of installation. Some other locations that we report information, you can see here NPMS, or that's the acronym, which stands for National Pipeline Mapping System. I'm going to get into a little bit more detail on the next slide for this one. The Colorado Pipeline Safety Rules, again, also I'm going to get into a little bit more detail further down in the presentation. We did want to highlight, though, there are a number of local requests that we do receive. This comes from both our 811 system, where we typically have developers and engineering firms looking for more specific information, not for locating purposes, but just for planning purposes for a given project area. These are usually quite limited and constrained in scope, and we do make sure that it is clear these are not for locating purposes. We also provide local requests for local governments and other stakeholders. So in a similar fashion, this can be used for a number of different reasons, but we usually limit the scope of what we are submitting, and we do subject that to security and risk review, along with approval and appropriate NDAs. On the next slide, I am going to get into the National Pipeline Mapping System in a little bit more detail. This system is a web-based mapping application designed to be interactive with the public. So anyone from the public can access this and go to a specific region. It has to be split down by state and county level, but they are able to display and look at data in that map viewer as it relates to these attributes here listed. So gas transmission, hazardous liquid pipelines, LNG plants, and breakout tanks. It does not contain distribution or gas gathering pipelines, only the ones listed above there. In addition, it does have a minimum positional accuracy of 500 plus or minus feet from its known geographic location. One of the attributes that we do submit is the actual centerline accuracy. So even though this is the minimum positional accuracy, we do list for each pipeline segment the accuracy that is actually believed to be known from our mapping system. As mentioned, this is a public viewer, so the scale of the map is restricted to 1 to 24,000. As you're scrolling in, if you're a member of the public, the assets will essentially disappear once you keep scrolling in closer and closer. So again, 1 to 24,000 is the closest you can look at those facilities there. And as mentioned, you can only look at one county at a time. So again, you select the state, you select the county that you'd like to look at. It will then bring it up for you, and you can scroll through, query the data inside that county, and look at what information is in there. As mentioned, since about 2015, the company does submit this data in NPMS, and we list a number of attributes that we do supply along with some system and company information as it goes into the mapping system. Here on this slide, we pulled a quick snapshot just to give a preview of what the system looks like. Here I selected Adams County and zoomed into the Commerce City area since it was a little bit more busy and some things to show. I don't have LNG plants or breakout tanks listed. You can see on the side there all the map layers that we have. So again, I didn't select LNG or breakout tanks, but there would be quite a number of those given location here in Commerce City. You can also see on the right some other items that you can select if interested on the map layers. So highly populated areas or other populated areas, tribal lands, disadvantaged communities, boundaries, that sort of thing. So wanted just to highlight again what information is available to the public and what we supply to NPMS as required from DOT. On the next slide, we're going to segue into the 22R-0491 GPS rulemaking. Started in 2022 and went into effect earlier this year, May of 2024. On this, you can see that there was a number of attributes required for annual submission through a shape file or a geodatabase file to the PSP for transmission and distribution assets to the extent that they are available in our mapping system. We highlighted A through F on here to show that these are the attributes listed as being made available to the public, but then we list the other attributes down below, G through K. So I'll go through these real quick. Spatial location of the pipeline, operator name, fluid type, Designation is transmission, distribution, or gathering. For number E, it's really additional information that we provide to that NPMS mapping system. F is abandoned or inactive pipeline designation. G is the maximum allowable operating pressure, or MAOP. H is the testing pressure. I is the pipe description and can be nominal diameter, coating, standard dimensioning ratio, which is sometimes abbreviated as SDR, and material. J is the description of the corrosion protection that we have, and K is HCA MCA identification. There are some limitations on the sharing of this GIS data in this rulemaking. So with that first bullet point, as mentioned, the pipeline spatial location and that other information is limited to a public scale of 1 to 6,000. The PSP must maintain confidentiality of that pipeline material and can only provide to local government representatives. And from the previous slide, you saw that pipeline age and future replacement data is not covered under the PSP rules. PSP is responsible for maintaining security of the provided data and limiting access as required by Commission rules and utility confidentiality requests. Requirements apply to both the scale and the scope of the provided data. So as mentioned, A through F may be viewed on the public web viewer, but if any person wants to view that data at scales less than 1 to 6,000 for an individual parcel, they have to go to the Commission's office. And the exception to that is any map data that we filed confidentially. Sorry about that. The Commission will also allow local government designees to view the provided GIS data G through J at the Commission's office, but there are some limitations and restrictions on that. It is subject to a confidentiality agreement and the provisions of the Colorado Open Records Act and applicable federal law. And then finally, the local government may only reproduce or publish data attributes A through F that the Commission makes available through the public website. It may share more specific data in person if treated as confidential, but it still cannot be reproduced or published. So we went through a lot of discussions and back and forth on that rulemaking over the last several years. A lot of the concerns that were raised on behalf of public service were in regards to security concerns. These can be cyber, physical, or reliability concerns that the customer views as a risk to the system. And certainly once you transition over into security, particularly when you start adding multiple layers of attribute data or system data, it can start to convey the importance and the significance of a pipeline and a system. Is when this information is readily accessible to groups that it can start to undermine the safety, security, and reliability of our system. What you'll see down here is the risks that we consider, and they're not an exhaustive list, but how we bucket these risks are public safety, reliability, and financial costs. So with public safety, there's life, property, and environmental risks that can be incurred if nefarious actors are able to access our facilities, given a lot of system information or attribute data. And with that, they can impact our above ground facilities to release large volumes of gas into the atmosphere, creating the potential for hazardous ignition or explosion. This can certainly impact not only life, but buildings, properties, and be detrimental to the environment as well. There's also a reliability concern as well. Our facilities, given the right information, can be deactivated or modified, both from an asset perspective, so a pipeline can be shut off as an example, but there's also electronic devices that can be manipulated as well, and that can either limit our control of the pipeline system or can be used at a financial detriment to our system. And then again, this can affect, once you, of course, shut down a pipeline or modify the flow, it can affect residential, commercial, and industrial customers, as well as federal agencies. It can impact medical or emergency response facilities by cutting off our service to them. There's also a cost component as well, as mentioned, not only just due to the public safety and reliability component, but there could be physical repairs required. So even if reliability or public safety wasn't incurred, there still could be damage or stolen facilities or equipment on site. And then, of course, emergency response can be not just us responding to, again, the emergencies, but having to investigate what happened, transpired, the damage done, the effect to our system, all can be very costly and consume a lot of resources. For general security concerns, we have looked at federal guidelines and recommendations. First, we wanted to point out that with SB 23291, the security standards are unclear for us. Specifically, we were not able to locate the California Institute for Energy and Environment document that was noted, or the American Petroleum Institute Safety and System Integrity Standards either. What we have found is some information from several agencies, most notably TSA, Homeland Security, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC. Starting with TSA, these are generally guidelines that are applicable to the operation of natural gas and hazardous liquid and transmission pipeline systems. They don't provide necessarily a lot of specification or prescriptive requirements, but they do provide a lot of considerations for critical risks, measures, and prioritizations for the operators to look into and undertake. The TSA notes in here, not specifically mapping throughout the document, but it does acknowledge that detailed pipeline mapping should be considered when considering sensitive security information. Similarly, with the 2023 biannual National Strategy for Transportation Security, they do highlight also the importance of physical and cybersecurity, detrimental effects that can take place when there are attacks on the pipeline infrastructure. And finally, FERC also has a similar statement listed out as well, where critical energy, and that includes both gas and electric infrastructure to the bulk energy system, would have negative effects to public health, safety, security, and the economy if destroyed or incapacitated as well. So we wanted to highlight these again, just to give an overview of the security concerns. And segueing that to the next slide, we pulled some real life examples. I think most of you should be familiar with some of these examples, most notably Black Hills, a provider here in Colorado as well, did experience a sabotage in late 2020 on their facilities. 3 locations, they were reg stations, were tampered with and shut down by some unidentified group or person. And as a result, it left the town of Aspen without gas for several days in cold weather conditions following the holidays. Through the investigation, unfortunately, no suspects were identified. And per the Aspen Times article, at one point estimated the cost to Black Hills was $1.4 million. This situation is not unique. A few other examples: February 2023, 2 individuals were charged with a conspiracy to disable the power grid in Baltimore. And then down at the bottom, I think certainly all of us can recall the situation that happened with Colonial Pipeline and the cyber attack that took place and the ransom on their security system as well. So we want to highlight the concerns, and particularly in somewhat down the middle of the page, a movie was released in 2022 titled How to Blow Up a Pipeline. Certainly this information is very concerning to us and is out there in the public space for people to access. I'm going to transition next into an overview of the GIS system. So here on the right, you can see a bit of a zoomed in snapshot of both the gas and electric assets that we have on display. To the right of that picture, you can see what we call our attribute data. It's a little hard to read, so on the next slide, I'll have a little bit more of a view that you can see better and read what's actually there. But we want to highlight, this is our GIS tool. It's predominantly used for data visualization. And from there, you can query, you can analyze that information. You can also use it for a number of outputs for a variety of groups internally. That includes engineering, planning, design, modeling, capacity, risk assessment, and those sort of items. Grace will get into those details a little bit more down farther. And then to the extent available, it includes electric and gas service area. and then electric and gas asset location and attribute data. And finally, it does include also premise location for our customers. Here is a more readable list of the GIS attributes, and not an exhaustive list. This is the key attributes that we wanted to put in front of you. These attributes certainly are not static. They evolve over time. We've added a lot more as our capabilities have grown, as our requirements have also grown over the years. But we wanted to highlight what we currently have here. And on the next slide, and I'm not going to go through all these, so I apologize if there is a question. We can look into them a little bit more detail. But on the next slide, I do want to highlight that there will be some limitations on what we are able to provide out of that attribute data. While the system is very robust, you have to understand that our system has been operating, or public service has been operating for over 100 years. And over that time, a lot has changed in regards to the technologies that we're able to use, the data sources that we're able to move from and move to. As mentioned, there's evolving attribute needs depending on our internal needs or regulatory requirements. Additionally, there's some other restrictions as well. You know, a lot of times our mapping is based on physical references and real world dimensioning, but those can change given the expansion of transportation system and our city. There's also limitations on the data that we're able to collect at a given time, and there's also limitations on what the field has been able to do over that period of time as well. So as a result, even though these attributes are in our GIS system, sometimes they may actually be existing on a paper record and not have been migrated over into our electronic software, or sometimes, again, as mentioned, the attribute data may have evolved and it wasn't historically collected. So we like to caveat and make sure users, both internally and those externally that gain access, that they understand the system and its origins and how it can be used. And with that, the final bullet point is just to highlight that, you know, we do try to communicate that when using this data, you have to be careful to interpret it correctly, to use it in the correct scenario. And that includes both locating, engineering, design, planning, those sort of functions, where depending on the need, there may be additional verifications needed from what you're seeing in the mapping system. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Grace. She'll go into a little bit more detail on the uses.
Thanks, Chris. So on the screen here, as Chris was alluding to earlier, Small World GIS has just a magnitude of information. And this is information that we really utilize for our planning and engineering functions. So I want to highlight on the screen here the two primary functions that we use on the planning side of the house to identify planned projects. The first is really capacity expansion modeling, and that is done using our Synergy gas hydraulic modeling. So in red, you'll see the asset types that are translated over to our Synergy gas hydraulic models, and that includes mains, premises, regulator stations, and valves. And then included with that is also a good portion of attribute data as it relates to capacity expansion. And so that would be the name of the pipeline, location, material, nominal diameter or wall thickness, the pressure system, again, the premises, and the nodes. So this is a one-way feed. It feeds from Small World over to the Synergy Gas software so we can evaluate capacity and load. However, it does not currently feed back into Small World GIS. And then on the other side of the screen, you'll see that this data is also utilized very heavily on our integrity management program, both the distribution and transmission system. So again, the Small World GIS data is an input into that software. So on the distribution side, we pull in information on mains, services, valves, and risers. And then transmission is focused primarily on the mains. And then for attribute data, it's very similar to the same amount of information that we pull into Synergy Gas, but a little bit expanded. So that would include things such as name, the location, the material, the nominal diameter and wall thickness, coding, install date and the method of installation, the MAOP, which again is the maximum allowable operating pressure, and percent SMICE, which is, oh man, specified Minimum yield strength. I say SMICE so often, I'm like, what does that stand for? Apologies for that. So thank you, Chris, for being my lifeline over here. But really just to illustrate that a lot of this information is already incorporated into our planning processes, and we utilize it quite heavily.
Ms. Jones, can I ask you one question while you're still on this slide?
Not if it's what SMICE stands for.
No,
Just kidding.
but thank you. I'm glad I brought the challenge of defining every acronym.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, everything I'm seeing here in like pink and red shades basically is contained within the GIS and then feeds out to one of these two or both for a lot of the attributes to
Correct.
run those distinct processes. But then the point you made, especially say with the hydraulic modeling and synergy gas, is it doesn't go back into the GIS. So that's to say, where the GIS is telling synergy gas it's this diameter and this material. So then synergy gas kind of knows how much flow it can handle, what pressures it can handle. But the aspect that synergy gas is figuring out, like how close are we to the maximum in any given area, is not shared back into the GIS. Is that?
That
did I
is
get
correct.
that?
Correct.
Is it feasible? Can it go backwards?
That's a good question, and I think something that we're still investigating internally. I think that there's a lot of different capabilities with mapping. So if it's not necessarily feasible with small world GIS, I think there are some tools that we are considering right now that could help us with that. And that's actually what my next slide is focused on. But again, one thing to know on the capacity is that it is stagnant, or it's not stagnant. So we model it, and that's really as it's updated today. But that is done on an annual basis. So one like kind of point of caution I would give you is that it would be up to date, but only based on that prior year's run. And we'd need to refresh that data on an annual basis, if not more often, to make sure that that data is accurate.
Okay, and you run those. Is the hydraulic modeling you do in synergy gas done on like a continuous basis? Like, how do you decide what point in the system you're going to model, or is this constantly regenerating and assessing? Like, what does the interval and process around that modeling look like?
Sure. So the synergy gas model is updated on an annual basis, and that is the process that I detailed in a little bit more detail during our last conversation. But essentially, on an annual basis, what we do is we re-export the information from Small World GIS in order to capture any changes that might have happened with the distribution or transmission assets. We weather verify that based on information that happened in the field, and then we also upload new CRS or customer data into the software in order to have the most accurate loading. And we do that on an annual basis to identify what capacity expansion projects may be required based on the forecasting and the known capacity checks that we've received to date. So that massive process happens once a year. That being said, as we do receive capacity checks above a threshold amount, so larger capacity checks in our area from new business requests, we update them as they come in. And so we are constantly going into our model and adding these new loads in to see how they affect the capacity of our system in order to accurately prescribe line extensions and stuff of that nature. So it's twofold. We do the really big overview once a year, and then we do monitoring as required throughout the remainder of the year.
Thanks, that's really helpful. And just so you're saying, like, when you get a new big customer, is coming or something, I don't know the size determination, I made that up. You go ahead and put it in synergy gas. So then when you re-execute, it's more intelligent, like knowing these things come up. So you use the term capacity check. It's just the term we're using in the BE barriers proceeding on kind of the exact process. Is that a customer just saying, hey, is it okay if I come in 2 years and add X, MMBtus of gas load, or is that an actual verified application for service? At what point do y'all account for it in your modeling?
Very good question. I sometimes think capacity check is universal, but as I refer to it, it would be a result of a customer actually filling out an application through the builder's call line with information such as where they plan on building, what the prospective gas load may be. In a lot of cases, they also give the electric load. And that's what when we would actually process that application in order to prescribe an accurate line extension if required based on their load.
Okay, so they are literally applying for service, not checking a few years in advance.
No,
Okay,
Although
thank you.
sometimes, you do fulfill a builder's call line application prior to construction. So it's still a couple years out, which is why we try to incorporate it into our model so we know that that load is coming down the line.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
since those were terms used in that proceeding, I want to
Sure.
make sure I
Yep.
understand exactly how we're using them here, and it sounds just a bit different in terms of that was like more of a precursor or less formal process on the electric side as I understood it. Okay,
Got it.
thank you.
Okay. No, absolutely. All right, so then moving forward, I did want to talk a little bit about future opportunities for additional gas planning tools. We certainly see a future in which gas planning is evolving. So gas strategic planning has been researching some additional planning tools for opportunities to support some of the company's key strategic initiatives. And as I see them, and this list is certainly not exhaustive, but mapping tools or planning tools can be used to help with our NPA analyses, potentially targeted electrification, our net zero vision and clean heat plan implementation, and also capital investment optimization. So really what we've been focusing on is trying to identify any planning tools that will really optimize the efficiency of the gas planning process. And what I mean by that is not only offering a great visualization, but how can it be fed into the overall gas planning process to make sure that we are efficiently looking at our assets and prescribing the correct projects. So preliminary industry collaboration is underway. A couple things to note that we have found so far from that collaboration effort is that first, defining the tool's objective and application is really critical to the development of a highly effective tool. And one thing that I think this group should consider is really putting together a strategic objective of what the tool is before we get to the conclusion of what the tool must look like in order to meet that objective. Second, what we have heard from our industry partners is that some level of investment may be required in order to develop a tool. And third, subject matter experts are suggesting that this will likely be a multi-year development process in order to meet whatever prescribed tool that we agree upon, whether to reach full capacity of any tools, model, or mapping platform. So with that, I'll talk a little bit about next steps, and that will conclude at least this first portion of our presentation today. So first, we do support continued collaboration in order to meet the new statutory gas infrastructure mapping requirements for 2025 gas infrastructure plan, with a focus of making sure that there is still limited access to sensitive infrastructure data. Second, we encourage that we determine an ultimate objective for any mapping tool to be used in connection with the gas infrastructure plan. And then third, just reiterating that recognition that the mapping iterations and development of this type of envisioned mapping tool or software will likely take time. And we'd like to agree on some achievable next steps. So with that, I will open it up to any questions that you may have, Commissioner Gilman, and if none, then we look forward to talking to you in a little bit about cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, excellent. Thanks. I think I'll try and turn it over to gosh, who do I have next on the list? I'll have to look at my agenda here. I'll turn it over next to one of our other parties. We got WRA. And then I'll probably go around with questions to all three of you if that works for you, just to wrap
Sounds
up this first session. So if we have WRA available to talk specifically to mapping, I think we're expecting Ms. Fickling or Ms. Valentine. Excellent. Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Fickling. Welcome.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. So go ahead and give us some of your perspectives as participants in the first gas infrastructure plan.
All right, thank you. I will take a second to share my screen and I'll get started. All right, so you should see the PowerPoint. Go into presenter mode.
Got it. Looks good.
Excellent, thank you. All right, so just to introduce myself, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Mara Fickling. I'm the Building Decarbonization Manager at WRA, where I manage our portfolio of policy work on building electrification and gas transition. We've been very involved in Colorado's clean heat and gas planning rules and implementation since their inception. We intervened and submitted comments in both the rulemaking as well as Excel's first GIP. I also served on the state's Clean Heat Technical Working Group in 2022, and I'm here with my colleague Claire Valentine, who is a senior clean energy policy advisor at WRA, and who also submitted comments on Excel's GIP on behalf of the city and county of Denver, where she was at the time. So I'll kick off our presentation on system mapping and then pass it to Claire to conclude. All right. And before diving into our recommendations on mapping, I just wanted to level set about the purpose and benefits of system-wide mapping from our perspective as a policy-focused nonprofit. So we see robust system maps provided either publicly or through an NDA as an essential tool to help facilitate more collaborative gas planning involving local governments and other stakeholders. And there are some case studies from other jurisdictions that I'll get into on the next slide of how stakeholders can use these maps in collaboration with the utility. So in particular, there's an opportunity through the recently passed House Bill 1370, some of which I screenshot on the slide, for Excel to work with local government partners on neighborhood scale pilot non-pipeline alternatives projects. And this leverages the visibility that city planners have into anticipated population and economic growth within their jurisdictions in the medium term. So I wanted to highlight as a case study the PG&E gas asset analysis tool, which I think illustrates the level of granularity and the use cases that we're after. This tool overlays gas and electric distribution system data like age of assets, risks, number of customers, and system throughput with demographic information like income, renter prevalence, et cetera, to help the utility identify zonal electrification projects. And it's been provided under NDA to some local governments as well as some consultant teams. So here I provided a link to a blog post by GridWorks, a consulting firm that provides some detail on an analysis that their team did that used the gas asset analysis tool to identify higher risk areas of the system that could also be hydraulically feasible to remove in order to do a first pass screen for potential zonal NPA projects. So what they did is they used the mapping tool to identify terminal branches of the system, that is radial portions of the system that aren't networked, that are hydraulically independent and don't have any downstream customers. And they also conducted a high-level preliminary risk screening based on age and material of the pipeline infrastructure and other factors to try and identify which areas of the system were most likely to need replacement within the next decade that were not specifically represented already in PG&E's capital investment plan. They also used demographic and building type data to prioritize sites. So for example, prioritizing a mix of residential and non-residential building types, prioritizing demographic diversity. So I found this to be a really interesting read, and I think it demonstrates the usefulness of granular GIS data on the utility system to, again, local governments and other stakeholders that can use that data to analyze the potential for some of these projects. So moving on to our recommendations on system level mapping. These are kind of modeled after the PG&E tool with the objective of a use case similar to the analysis that GridWorks did. So one recommendation that we presented in the GIP proceeding is that maps should be provided in electronic and searchable format. So for example, an ArcGIS shapefile to enable overlays with other geospatial information like demographics or EnviroScreen data, data on disproportionately impacted communities, et cetera. We hear the security concerns that the company has raised, and obviously there's a level of granularity that should not be available publicly, but data should be available under NDA to parties in the GIP proceeding and other relevant proceedings at a resolution that is fine enough to enable stakeholders to evaluate or screen for NPA opportunities. and a couple categories of information that we think the map should include. This is not exhaustive, and some of this is required by SB 291 and other legislation and regulations, but information on infrastructure risks, so age and material of pipelines, which is essential to enable risk screening. Also identifying specific segments that may need to be upgraded or replaced within 10 years. And information on electric distribution capacity, which my colleague Claire will get into on the next slide. And then also demographic information. So mean customer income by geographic area, renter prevalence, again, by geographic area, and information on disproportionately impacted communities, which is essential to identifying communities that are most vulnerable to the impacts of pollution, as well as environmental and economic factors. All right, and I'll pass it to Claire.
Thanks, Mira, and good afternoon, Commissioner Gilman and all folks participating. Can everyone hear me okay? Just to check.
Yes, you're good.
Great, thank you. So as a quick intro, I know Mira gave me a great introduction. I did also want to flag, I've been engaged on regulatory proceedings related to electric distribution system planning here in Colorado since 2020. And so part of my purpose in joining today's call is to raise and discuss this idea of joint mapping of natural gas and electric distribution systems. And it's very interesting also to hear as Ms. Jones just presented, the idea of having other types of planning tools that might support different objectives of the gas infrastructure planning and clean heat planning. So as just a quick concept of what I am discussing on this slide, what do I mean by joint mapping? I simply mean presenting information about natural gas distribution infrastructure and electric distribution infrastructure together on a single mapping interface, as Ms. Fickling demonstrated with the PG&E gas asset analysis tool. So this could include information about current loading, load forecast, planned improvements, constraints, and potentially traditional infrastructure alternatives on both systems. And so the purpose of this concept of joint mapping would be effectively to support least cost electrification by taking this first step to better visualize coordinated infrastructure planning across natural gas and electric distribution systems, particularly in regions where, or maybe most simple in regions where public service is the dual fuel provider in those areas. So I think the foundation of this is that WRA has heard, and I'm sure the Commission has heard, these concerns from stakeholders and the public about costs of electrification and investments in electric infrastructure to support that. But with strategically planning across both systems and taking steps to inform our regulatory processes to minimize the overall cost of investments in those systems, I think we can seek to reduce the infrastructure costs to support electrification in that transition of investing more in the electric system. And so coordinated planning seems to be something that public service seems to be considering, given the presentation as they've been discussing, and I'm aware that they've formed an integrated system planning group. But on the regulatory side, our processes as they continue to evolve are pretty separate, as far as we have the gas infrastructure planning evolving and the electric distribution system planning evolving. And there's of course a lot of good reasons there. But I think the concept of joint mapping of these two systems could help bring together a better coordinated planning process to think about the intersection and overlap between that planning. And Mira, if you could advance. And so some of the potential benefits or use cases of this coordinated planning, and Mira certainly touched on a few of these already, in terms of both non-pipeline alternatives and the potential for zonal electrification. So to just kind of elaborate on those and to add to what that might provide on the electric side as well. So as far as facilitating non-pipeline alternatives, I think having this opportunity for joint mapping would allow the Commission and stakeholders to examine whether electric distribution constraints may pose barriers to the pursuit of non-pipeline alternatives in certain areas, or in the alternative, whether there's abundant electric capacity that might, particularly facilitate certain non-pipeline alternatives in certain areas. As far as zonal electrification, I think this approach for joint mapping could help stakeholders in the commission start to investigate whether and where the electric distribution system could accommodate associated load increases from that electrification. And to flag one additional use case, I think this form of joint mapping could help the commission and stakeholders also visualize and investigate the relative capacity available for natural gas service versus electric service in different geographic areas, which might be particularly interesting for thinking about new construction, which I know has been a strong interest of the commission for evaluating opportunities for electric new construction. So just a couple of disclaimers at the bottom as well. We're well aware that this type of mapping would not be a replacement for a detailed engineering study of whether that's non-pipeline alternatives or zonal electrification. This would more so be a new form of transparency for the commission and stakeholders to really have just less information asymmetry as compared to the company on the loading of these different systems and how that varies based on geographic area. And in addition to that, I fully realize what I am talking about here also relates to our electric distribution system planning processes, which currently do not have requirements for load mapping. And that was a topic of the last DSP and likely to be a topic in future DSPs. So I think what we're thinking about here is just keeping in mind how this type of concept could evolve in future planning processes, both here and in the electric DSP. And I'm really interested in what Ms. Jones was discussing as far as potential planning tools, and agree that those types of tools and mapping may be pretty dependent on the objectives and what we might set as objectives through the commission's interests and stakeholder interests as well. And so we're just suggesting this type of discussion and conversation in an interest of having better information symmetry for stakeholders in the commission. So that will conclude WRA's mapping conversation, and look forward to participating in discussion and the cost-benefit analysis presentation as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Pickling, Ms. Valentine. I appreciate it. And Mr. Hay, maybe if you can keep it to 30 minutes or less on the mapping piece, that would be very helpful to our discussion on this topic by 2:30 or so.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. Keith Hay with the Colorado Energy Office. I'm joined today by Jocelyn Durkay and Jessica Lowry, also from the Energy Office. And I think I can keep it to well under 30 minutes. The Energy Office only had a couple of slides. And I think in light of what's been presented by the company and by WRA, I actually am not going to share the slides that we have, because largely it was focused on 2 points, both of which I think have been touched on by prior presenters. The first slide that we had really just laid out the case for why mapping is necessary. In fact, that there are legal requirements for the utility, for XL, to provide maps in various PUC proceedings, and that those various statutes lay out the different kinds of information and data that need to be provided. But I think the company has done a very good job of summarizing those legal requirements and obligations. And in fact, I think put that into the context of a number of different planning tools that they have available to them currently for planning the system. The second thing that we wanted to share with the commission was really focused on 4 questions. And I'd like to spend a little bit more time talking with you about those and our responses to those. But I will start by saying that I think WRA actually addressed a lot of these. And by and large, the Energy Office agrees with WRA on a number of the answers to these. So the first question was why mapping? The second had to do with the right level of detail. The third addressed what the commission and parties might do with the data. And the fourth was who has access to the data. And I think you heard both from Public Service and WRA a response to why mapping. And I think from the Energy Office's perspective, it really has to do, importantly, with the policy context. Over the last 6 years, the state has adopted economy-wide emissions reduction targets. We, as a state, have laid out an approach to meeting those targets that is focused on sector-based emissions reductions. As part of that sector-based approach, we have put in place a number of different policies to reduce energy use in buildings and ultimately work to reduce emissions from the gas distribution utilities. And so when the Energy Office thinks about the role and the value of mapping, it is really for us, first and foremost, what maps and what information does the commission need and do parties need to begin to think about how the gas utilities reduce their emissions in line both with the specific emissions reduction targets, then what I'll call the medium-term emissions reduction targets, and the state's long-term trajectory. And while I know, Commissioner Gilman, you're well aware of those, I think for anyone listening who may not be, there is a requirement that the gas utilities reduce emissions by 22% by 2030. The same statute requires the commission to set a 2035 target, which is what I referred to as that interim emissions reduction target. And I fully expect that the commission will look past 2035 in that regard. And then there's an economy-wide target of getting to net zero by 2050 with interim targets every 5 years between now and that ultimate 2050 target. And so I think the why of mapping is to make sure that we all, as entities that practice before the commission, have information about the current state of the gas system so that, and this comes to that question of what to do with the data, the commission and parties before the commission can work towards both optimizing the gas system and optimizing what here in Colorado we call clean heat planning. And I know that the parties that practice before the commission are well aware of what that means, but it's really that coordinated planning that works to reduce emissions from the gas utilities. And so in the Energy Office's view, that's the value and the role of mapping. And I think, to the point that Ms. Jones was making about new tools that might be available for NPA analysis, for targeted electrification, for their net zero vision, and for CapEx optimization, those are important tools for parties before the commission and the commission to have access to. And I think it's important that not just the commission, but all of the parties have access to those tools, because as Ms. Fickling and Ms. Valentine made the case for, as we've seen with the PG&E example, it's important to be able to think about where we can strategically decommission parts of the gas system. And that depends on being able to look at the hydraulic mapping of the utility and to do it in a way that is looking at potentials that are not simply what the utility has presented in California capital infrastructure plan, but also to think about alternatives to that presentation. So what then is the right level of detail? I think that the company has focused on various numbers, some of which are in statute, 1 to 24,000, 1 to 6,000. I think from the Energy Office's perspective, it's really perhaps more about what is the data that's being presented and how is that data being presented in a meaningful and coordinated fashion. Understanding, not just where the pipe is, but that age and type of pipe, to be able to think about that long-term trajectory for capital investment. Where is the system being expanded? And then to the point that WRA made, and I think we understand now from the company might even be capable in the near term, being able to take some of that gas system information and to overlay it with the electric system information so that we can understand not just where there might be, levels of investment on the gas infrastructure system, but where there might be lower levels of need on the electric side, so that there is that coordinated investment that WRA spoke to. So I think the last question then, Commissioner Gilman, is who has access to the data? And we understand the company's concerns around making sure that we are thoughtful about that level of access. But I think that there's several processes before the commission around the use of NDAs and highly confidential information that provide a sufficient level of security for a lot of the information that we have asked for in various proceedings and that statute requires. I think that House Bill 1370 from this year also provides a learning opportunity for how the Energy Office will work with public service and will work with local governments as we come forward with the RFP that we're required to develop to understand what information is necessary to whom and at what level of granularity to begin to plan for those alternatives to gas infrastructure. And we intend to be able to bring that learning forward to the commission so that the commission can understand what information the local governments believe that they need at what level of granularity so that they can help plan in a coordinated fashion with the company and bring that forward to the commission in an application. I have one more comment, I think, in response to something that the company offered in its presentation with respect to the strategic objectives. I would encourage the commission to take the company up on that. And I think that it would be a fruitful conversation to think through whether in this proceeding commissioner or in a future one, what those objectives are. And if I may, for the commission to actually issue an order laying out those objectives and directing the company to develop tools to achieve those objectives. I think that there would be some value in having that for parties and for the company so that we all understand what we are working towards as we think about not just mapping tools, but that MPA analysis tool or a targeted beneficial electrification tool or a CapEx optimization tool. And again, I think the initial starting point for that strategic objective is achieving the state's long-term emissions reduction targets. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity and the Energy Office is happy to answer questions.
Excellent. Thanks, Mr. Hay. Appreciate it. So maybe if I could have each of our mapping presenters turn on your cameras so we can have a little discussion on this. That would be wonderful. Excellent. I think, there you go. I was just seeing your videos pop up slowly. Excellent. So thank you all for kind of how you framed this and the organization to enable us to move forward. I feel cautiously optimistic that we could use our time today to ideally identify some areas of consensus. Mr. Hay, I know you said 4 questions. I wrote down 3. For me, I mean, this will come down to a discussion on what is the main objective here? What are we trying to achieve with, let's say, the system mapping discussion in total? What do we think this is useful for? What's the ideal end state that this helps us get to? More specificity on what data is useful, what data, can be used in achieving these objectives. And then to who really finds this useful. And we can talk about, obviously everyone's not the same. Are there different security concerns with different groups? Is there different levels of access? But I think reasonably having that conversation about who can use what data to figure out what in the context of where we're trying to go with kind of MPA planning and just system optimization, maybe in total. Mr. Hay, like I said, I wrote down you had 4 questions. Those were the 3 that were resonating with me that like we could hit as top line. Which one did I miss?
Well, I offered why mapping, what is the right level of detail and what the commission would do with the data and then who has access. So I think that perhaps 2 of those got conflated into one, and that's probably my fault for presenting them that way.
No, that's fine. It's just how because to me, like the objective is the why, like what are we trying to do here? And then as part of the data discussion, I think that level of granularity is nested in there, what data and how specific, basically in different circumstances. So, so I was hoping we could like actually use this time and literally workshop the ideas. Like, let's work together and find a way to have this discussion. So first I wanted to see if we could kind of get any cohesion around the objectives. I think each of you laid out some similar, slightly different objectives. And so can we agree on kind of some main tenets Then we can use that as our guideposts kind of collectively to say, does something or does it not help get us to that thing? And then, you know, what concerns should we be incorporating in that? So apologies, I can't have all of your presentations open at once, so I don't have your exact lists in front of me as far as the objectives to get to, but was going to try and make a list here. And I might even try and share my screen if I can to just get us, did I do it? You see it? Mr. Hay? Okay.
Commissioner Gilman,
Yeah.
would it be okay if I jumped in first on this question?
Yeah, for sure.
I wanted to share primarily a piece of information that I think folks may have been aware of, but it may have slid off of people's radars as we think about the objectives. And I think some of the presenters maybe talked about end states. The Energy Office is currently involved in a scenario analysis looking at different ways of achieving decarbonization in buildings and the role of the gas system and the gas utilities in that. And so as we think about the sort of question of objectives today, for the Energy Office, that study is going to be informative of sort of the directionality of where we may go in buildings. And so we are not thinking necessarily that there's a particular end state in terms of system, but are thinking about it more on a level of the emissions objectives that we are trying to achieve, recognizing that there may be different pathways of achieving those emissions objectives. And so for us, as we think about that question of objectives, I would say one is please keep in mind that we have a study coming. It will be available likely in the first part of next year. That will look at a scenario analysis that will evaluate different pathways to reducing emissions in the gas utilities. But I would put down first, and then I'll stop, for objective, it's meeting the state's emissions reduction targets in an equitable way. And I think we'll have more to say about the equitable approach. I'm sure my colleagues at WRA will as well. So I'll leave that there and certainly have more to say as we go forward.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Hay, and I apologize. And I know in doing this, I am allowing you all to see my immediate on-the-fly misspellings that will inevitably autocorrect. But to me, there are too many things at play, too many bits of data, too many concepts being talked about. Like I want something for you all to look at so we can have like a more coordinated discussion on it. So thank you for kicking us off, Mr. Hay. Appreciate it. Ms. Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I would like to propose that I think we might actually have two things that we need to discuss today. And one of is more the near-term goal, which is how to comply with the new statutory requirements on gas infrastructure mapping for the 2025 gas infrastructure plan. That was one of the things that we proposed and would like some clarification or collaboration on. And then the second would be, what does a longer term mapping or planning tool look like? So didn't want to lose sight of the first portion of this, which is, of course, preparing for that 2025 gas infrastructure plan.
Thank you. And that's from SB 291. Okay.
Correct. And I do have a slide on that if it's helpful for folks to relook at, but I think that's the immediate kind of challenge that we have up ahead of ourselves, at least from the utilities perspective.
Yep. And that's for the 2025. Yep. And then I'm aware, Ms. Jones, too, kind of nested within the GPS proceeding. I think there was some information about essentially the company's timeline and costs to comply with just the GPS required mapping components too. So I don't know if that's kind of part of this discussion as well or not. In terms of just because it's in that GPS rule, I think what we've seen is that does not mean immediately available. At least to my understanding, there might be some timeline and cost as far as the company executing that. So I don't know, maybe if you had any comment on that.
Yeah, and I think we could bring in Christopher Akins to answer that question, as he was more involved in the GPS rule intimately. But I think, to your point, all of this will take time, and there might be some investment and lead time in order to get the tool to the full capacity that we're hoping for. So I think setting some intermediate steps and expectations as to what can we accomplish by the 2025 gas infrastructure plan, and what will the evolution of that tool and mapping be, is really critical for setting us up on a pathway to success.
Okay, gotcha. And I'm looking at the statutory language right now, just to be clear. That would be a map showing system-wide locations, ages, and materials or types of gas distribution system pipes.
Correct. Correct. And I think in our presentation, we kind of showed a couple of various ways that we tried to comply with that in the 2023 gas infrastructure plan. So if there was any comments or feedback on that, I think it would be helpful. But as I mentioned, we're looking at 24-ish thousand miles of distribution piping and 2,000 miles of transmission piping. So fitting that all onto a map with also the age, material, locations, I mean, it's going to be unreadable. So I think we need to figure out what the format of that really is.
And just, I see Ms. Fickling, just 1 second, maybe is part of this question is the format of that GIS-based or like actual static maps? Is that a fair part of that question? I mean, I hear you talking about how many of these maps that have to be submitted, whereas I feel like I hear a lot of the I shouldn't call them interveners, I'm talking the other presenters talking about essentially like the ideal as an interactive GIS-based tool. And so maybe off the bat, can we figure out, is the company's interpretation of how you'd comply with 291 necessarily like static maps that only show portions of the system, or would you see a compliance pathway being kind of the utilization of GIS as somehow an appendage to the proceeding?
Sure. I mean, I think our original approach was to try to include the maps in the filing so they could be publicly available, and you'd have the context when you look at the project packet that we prepare, going through all the alternative analyses. I don't know, and someone's welcome to chime in from Xcel Energy, but I don't know that we've really solidified the format as up to this point. So I think we're open to perhaps an electronic choice here, but want to make sure that it's really fitting the vision of what the commission and our collaborators are thinking about. So pros and cons to both, I guess.
Okay. No, this is helpful. And like, what do we all expect to happen?
Right.
How do we think we comply? Ms. Fickling.
Yeah. So my answer is very similar to Mr. Hayes in terms of how I see the purpose of system-wide mapping. I think it's like at a high level to make sure that we can get a number of different entities that are working on beneficial electrification and building decarbonization in the state, from utilities to local governments to the state government and the energy office, all moving in the same direction. And targeting programming in a way that creates equitable outcomes and minimizes overall gas and electric system investments that are required in the near term, and in particular starts to limit or mitigate the investments that we're making into the gas distribution system, given our long-term tradition. I mentioned House Bill 1370 and the collaboration that is required on NPA pilot projects between the utility and local governments. I was in a workshop last December that kind of discussed and led to this concept where it became clear the enormous synergies that are possible when the utility works with local governments, given local governments visibility into their own planning processes and growth. But even broader than that, I think as local governments start to administer their own incentives for beneficial electrification, and the state is working to administer incentives as well through IRA funding, It's really important that they have access to planning tools to make sure that they are able to target those incentives in a way that is most cost effective. And again, like maximizes system-wide benefits. So I see that as the ultimate objective of the exercise that we're trying to do.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ms. Sickling. As you were going, I was trying to more or less represent your sentiments on there. So let me know if I got you wrong or if there's a major concept I was missing. But kind of tried to conceptually package up what you were talking about for the goals. So thank you. Let me know if I went awry and I did not properly represent what you think
I
should
think
be
this
on
is
there.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. Ms. Valentine.
Thank you. And Mira addressed a large amount of what I was going to add. And so thank you for that. Yes, I was going to flag kind of the element of optimizing the investments, thinking about being cost conscious in those coordination of the investments. What I would perhaps add to the allow or enable might be also recognizing that this mapping could or would ideally materially reduce information asymmetry between the company and then the commission and stakeholders. I think that's something that, as a participant of the first electric distribution system plan, was relatively challenging to think about some of that information in spreadsheet format. And so I think, as it applies to both on the gas side and the electric side, having that visual information can help just provide better symmetry between what the company knows and what other folks know. And then I would maybe just plus one what Mira noted about the interests of local governments and municipalities in this data, and would maybe encourage further conversations with different local governments about that, because I would think that they would have additional objectives that they might want to add, and that they might find value from things like knowing about the age of different infrastructure, expected time frame for having to address any repairs, which might touch on having to deal with various municipal changes as well, and impacts to them. And so would just encourage, further collaboration with those folks, which I'm biased to as a former employee of the city and county of Denver.
Excellent, great. I want to go back to you, Ms. Jones. I think we've gone around the horn here with CEO and WRA on kind of this broad list of objectives. We put a little pin in your 2025 compliance just to get this one big picture. That's my next thing right below this. But just any perspective from you on this broad list of objectives in terms of what people are hoping the mapping kind of enables or moves us toward.
So at a high level, I don't object to any of, the overall objectives. I think as a responsible gas planning utility, this is something that we're working towards and appreciate any collaboration. And we also want to coordinate and optimize beneficial electrification. I think I would maybe caution that a tool like this, again, does have pretty massive security concerns. And so if we can really drill down onto what level of information truly is required in order to achieve some of these goals, I think that would be helpful for alleviating some of the security concerns, as well as kind of focusing on a reasonable time frame and cost associated with this. So I know WRA presented a great use case from PG&E, and I have a very high level understanding of their tool, but it is my understanding that that's 3 years in the making. And they partnered with several different consultants to get it to the place that it's at today. And it's still not, it's still in its infancy. So definitely interested in planning tools such as this and ways to incorporate it in overall kind of system planning. I would maybe even take it up a notch and say like a way to establish the overall strategy of the gas system in light of emissions reduction targets, because I don't think, I digress, but I think that that's probably how I would state it. And also, I think just one thing to be really cautious on is who truly needs access to this type of information. Not saying that we'd want to cut anybody out, but just keeping the audience limited helps address some of those security concerns that we were talking about before.
Perfect. You'll tee us up for what, I don't know if it'll be the third or fourth question, but I have that down on my list. Talk
Great.
about what data and then who realistically can use it, who is the
Right.
most concerned to have access to it. I'm just guessing nobody here agrees. Everybody here agrees, like, we should all be sure it's useful and then
Right.
who should
Used
get
and
it
useful.
to kind of minimize. So, okay, so I just kind of represented some of your sentiments here. Like I said, not perfect, but same I did for everyone, to focus on the most useful or beneficial information so that we can minimize both costs to the company as well as security concerns
Correct.
with just the release of any data in general. And then I can fix this, we'll look at this internally, but the overall strategy of the gas utility, which I think a lot of the other things somewhat nest under in terms of, as you described, a responsible gas utility would be optimizing these costs across systems and kind of more intelligently planning as we move forward. So there's probably some reorganization here, but maybe I'll just toss it back to WRA CEO really briefly. If you have no issues, you don't have to raise any. But as to Ms. Jones' additions or our additions to kind of this general list of objectives or focus, is there any disagreement on kind of where we're generally at with this list? Mr. Hay.
I would only, Commissioner Gilman, and I haven't thought exactly of the language here, but something around, and I think this is implicit in some of what's there, in particular around optimizing the infrastructure investments, but addressing the long-term cost and affordability for customers as we manage a gas transition. I think that is an objective certainly that the Energy Office has, and I would imagine that the utility and WRA do as well. As we think about transitioning the gas system, managing those costs, and so that would be one of the objectives for this tool from our perspective.
Sorry, Mr. Hay, just repeat just your last sentence one more time for me. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, just one of the objectives would be managing the cost of a transition of the gas utility to reduce emissions. I think I'll say it that way.
Okay, got it. I think that's somewhat of a combination of our first and third right now of I guess. So we can synthesize these. I think it's a combination of 1 and 3 right now on the gas utility, basically. You said kind of particularly on the gas utility?
Yep.
Okay, got it. Yeah, Ms. Fickling.
Yes, thank you. So to react to a couple of the points that Ms. Jones made, so first of all, in terms of timing of development of the tool, I mean, I guess from my perspective, it's more it's more important to get this right rather than do it speedily. So I think, we're willing to discuss what kind of timing makes sense for this. Going back to an earlier discussion, we see, this being a GIS file or an interactive map versus a paper map as being pretty essential, not just for readability of the information that is being asked for, both by us and by other regulations and legislation, but also being important for the kind of analysis that it enables, and to enable local governments or other interveners to, for example, like filter for various attributes on the system. A GIS-based or like electronic file would be necessary for that. So we see that as important and understand that might take some time to develop. In terms of who needs access, I believe that was an entirely separate question that you had, so I don't know if I'm jumping the gun in addressing that.
You're jumping the gun. We'll talk
Okay.
about it in a little bit after we talk about like the specific points of data. And I did just want to mention because of course I have attorneys. It's just for discussion purposes that I'm putting this up on the screen now to help facilitate our discussion here. To me, there are so many discrete parts of data and concepts floating around. It was hard for me to get it all down. So I wanted us all to have something to look at so we could really have a discussion during this conversation. This is not like a recommendation or endorsement from myself or the commission. That would come in the form of an order later. So this is just to help facilitate us going through the workshop today so I can understand where there are areas of agreement and not. So just to throw that out there in case there was any confusion. All right, Mr. Hay, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodman. I think I'll let Ms. Jones go. I was holding off on responding to the interactive versus static question, thinking that we were going to get there. So I just wanted to make sure that we don't jump over that because the Energy Office does have some thoughts on that. But please, Ms. Jones.
I guess I have a question to the extent, is that a top line? I don't really have like a functionality bucket here. I think that's part of the question of who has access and what kind of access do they have? Do they have to sign an NDA? So a lot of these things wrap up in each other. I get it. But is this a top line item for the Energy Office in terms of objectives? An objective of the tool is that it be interactive and be GIS based versus say static mapping. I think that's a fair question right now, Mr. Hay, if you have an answer to that. And, does that get some top line billing here in terms of what the actual hope is for this type of information?
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. And then I will answer the questions with apologies to Ms. Jones for jumping in ahead. I think I agree with Ms. Fickling that we understand that this is going to take time and be a process to developing different sets of tools. We have, as a state, a lot of experience doing planning in resource planning, and we have developed and refined various tools over time. And so we certainly understand that this will be a process. I think from the Energy Office's perspective, one thing that we don't understand that I think we would like to understand is exactly what information the utility has today that it could put into a GIS system. It seemed from the presentation of the small world slide that there's substantially more information on the hydraulic side as well as the other mapping that the utility has today and might be able to comply with what's required under 291. And that a lot of that information is in digital format. So I think that, we would like to understand what they have today and what's readily available in a GIS shapefile. I think it would be good to understand what the costs were to take that information and develop it into a tool that could exist in a way that interveners at the commission could use it. Right now, the resource planning tool that we have, well, I certainly remember the older tools, and as commission staff, was given an opportunity to learn to use those, and they were not readily usable. And so I think, one of the things that would be good to understand is what would it take cost-wise and time-wise to develop a tool that the commission and interveners before the commission could use to do the kind of analysis that we saw in the PG&E case, or potentially something even more robust, so that it's not a utility-only tool, but a tool for all of us that are interested in achieving the objectives that you've laid out. I think the third sort of part of the answer to the question for us then is, yes, ultimately we think having a GIS tool will be really important. It will be important to interveners before the commission to be able to analyze non-pipeline alternatives, whether that's a thermal energy network, whether it's strategic electrification, whether it's decommissioning part of a system in whole. I think it will be important to the commission as it thinks about minimizing costs to consumers of those investments. I think it will be important to local governments that intervene before the commission to be able to work with the utility to meet state and local emissions objectives. And so I do think having some form of a digital tool will be a really important outcome. Now, is that an outcome that we would say the utility has to have before 2025? I don't think I know enough about what they have and what it would cost to get there to begin to say 2025 is the right target date. And that's an important set of information that the energy office certainly would like to have sooner rather than later about the capabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. You skipped ahead a little bit on questions about data, what they have, what they don't. So I want to get there later. I put them down below, so we'd go there when we get to the more data focused question. So I kind of modified this as interactive or GIS basis is an important functionality in the ultimate mapping solution. There's a bit of a question about when that happens. So Ms. Jones just wanted to get, which I think somewhat accurately represents CEO and WRA's perspective. So Ms. Jones, maybe any perspective on the company, from the company on kind of their expression there that the ultimate goal here that we want to work towards, understanding there is some time likely to get it done, is
Sure.
an interactive or GIS-based mapping. Is that something you all kind of can agree to as an objective or understand as an objective of the others involved?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I do think it's important to note that I also have attorneys and are here representing the company through this thought exercise, but I would ask that this is just a thought exercise and I need to consult internally with our subject matter experts and legal counsel before we put forward a, full-fledged permit or proposal, excuse me. So again, just that nice caveat to myself that I think this is still under thought. So I would like to engage internally before we submit a formal proposal to the commission for consideration. But at a high level, I think I can say that we are not opposed to an interactive or GIS mapping and are still considering that as a potential opportunity or tool that we may use. One comment on the objective, I do have one concern or maybe a challenge to this team that I still think that it's a little bit broad and overarching. This list, it's kind of like solve the entire gas utility, which I think is the ultimate goal of all of us, but it may be beneficial to kind of nail down on what we really want to focus on in the next couple of years. And some ideas that I have would be potentially like really gearing the tool to be focused on opportunities for targeted electrification. And maybe that's the primary focus of this tool, which of course leads into the other objectives that we have listed here. I think first and foremost, we do need to focus on gas infrastructure planning as we still do have customers on the system, but being able to kind of pinpoint really where we want this tool to focus on first would be a helpful step from the company's perspective. And then in regards to costs, I guess one other thing I'll just comment to Mr. Hay is that really at this point, since we're still in the ideation, type process, I would say that we don't have really good indicative costs or even investment understanding at this point, but perhaps that's something that we could consider as we go through this process and gather a little bit more information on what the tool objective will be.
Excellent. Cool. I made us a note here, and this to say, thank you. We all have attorneys here. And hopefully this is helpful in us discussing this. And, ideally we'll come out of this with some notes. The company will come out of this with some notes about, where there was some agreement. And I will just note in the work plan that we put out, it wasn't the order that opened this proceeding, but the first one that scheduled this workshop, we laid out, what we essentially foresee as the process going forward from here. So at this point, we're anticipating having one more workshop, and then in all likelihood, asking the company to develop a proposal to come to us. So understandably, your participation, not an endorsement of this, but I hope this is very informative for you in already understanding other people's perspectives when you go away and make that proposal, because then we will intend to have an opportunity for comment from stakeholders, those here today as well as others. And so, I'm just trying to move the ball here and see what can we all agree on. And I'm hoping this is really good insight for you all as you go away and make that strategy to understand what you'll hear likely from these stakeholders now or later. Now it's better because then you can plan for it and incorporate it in there. So I would say I doubt we'll get to prioritizing these today or ordering them, but I would certainly welcome that as part of your response at that part of the process. You know, if you have a specific perspective on how to prioritize these to give the maximum value to ratepayers, that seems like a totally appropriate time to do that. We've got probably 40 minutes left in this mapping discussion, so I want to move on to a couple of the other parts, but I think that's totally appropriate if you all want to do that. Yep, Mr. Hay.
Just before you move on, Commissioner Gilman, and I
Yeah.
appreciate Ms. Jones' comment about sort of the broad nature of the objectives so far, and perhaps thinking about what she's just offered, we could focus on meeting the requirements of Senate Bill 291, helping to achieve the goals of 1370 as two very tangible objectives for the development of an early tool, whatever that tool looks like, because those are two, I think, clearly defined statutory requirements. And if there were additional room, I would say, helping to facilitate the achievement of the 2030 emissions reduction targets in the clean heat statute would be a third objective. And all of those, I think, are much more concrete, perhaps, than the list that I initially offered. So appreciate the friendly amendment there, and I would offer those three.
Excellent. Okay, so I just want to move us on to, a somewhat brief discussion on this 2025 GIP requirement that came from SB 291 to see if there is any kind of perspective from our stakeholders. I took Ms. Jones kind of bringing this up as a sincere ask for, what are you all expecting? What do you hope to see in the 2025 GIP, especially related to these SB 291 requirements? So just throw it out to you all. I had the question here, static mapping or GIS. We talked about, probably GIS being the ultimate. Do we think it's feasible for 2025? I mean, that might be a question for Ms. Jones in terms of what you all already have in the GIS. Is it feasible in GIS for 2025? And then any other thoughts from our presenters on, what you're expecting to see as part of that statutory requirement?
Yeah, so I'll go first because I think that question was pointed at me. So in regards to format, static maps or GIS, I think likely there'll be a combination of both. That's my early indication at this point, is that there'll likely be a combination of some sort of PDF to accompany the project packet, and then if feasible, also a more GIS formatted map that we could also share to that regard. But that's my preliminary indication at this point.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm having trouble since you all are so little and I'm sharing my screen. I sometimes am muting you by accident when I'm trying to unmute myself. Go ahead, Ms. Fickley.
Thank you. I'll take a stab at answering this question, although not really having visibility into kind of what data, what capabilities are available at the moment, and how much progress can be made within the next year or so. I don't know if this is going to be a very thorough answer, but in some ways, I find it difficult to see how this exercise required by 291 can be done without doing some of the other things that we're asking for. So, for example, like a map showing system-wide locations, ages, and materials or types of gas distribution system pipes, would seem to indicate, at least on some resolution that we're putting together like an electronic searchable mapping tool. Likewise, to identify pipes that might need to be upgraded or replaced within 10 years after the date that the utility files the plan. That would seem to require some form of geospatial analysis. So I don't know if I can provide more of a detailed answer than that, but it does seem like 291 is asking us to do, a lot of the kind of detailed sort of mapping and data analysis that we recommended in the GIP proceeding last year.
Thanks. And maybe Ms. Jones would be helpful. I'm like imagining in this next part of the work plan, when you all develop a proposal, perhaps there's a whole section on, you know, what you see for the 2025 GIP, and then what you see as progress to the ultimate goals, or, you know, kind of stage it for us so we can understand that short and long-term vision that the company has in terms of kind of the progress of mapping capabilities and what would be shown. But I guess in looking at 291 in terms of the locations, ages, and materials of the pipes, it seems like that's information you already have in the GIS, unless I'm wrong. Is that the information already contained in your GIS?
So yes and no. So as Chris was saying, we do have this information for most of our assets. However, there is some information lagging where it could still be in a paper record, or as we've matured, we've learned more and more about our assets. So I don't want to give any sort of like false level of precision necessarily, where we probably do not have this information for every single distribution gas pipe, and that's just transparency to the table. But yes, this for the most part, this information is available within the GIS system. And then one thing that we were trying to illustrate earlier in our conversation is in regards to Part B, pipes that may need to be upgraded or replaced within the next 10 years. That's actually something that's optimized through a different software, through our integrity management software. So I think I heard Mr. Hay earlier say like it's hard to understand the information that we have available at the company. And I would just assure that it's vast and large. It just doesn't mean that all of the information flows back and forth necessarily. So we're working in several different softwares at this point.
Ideal. I just had a question as a follow-up, actually, even to your presentation. In terms of the unknown age, unknown material, is there any kind of estimate from the company as to the percentage of assets we're talking about, or percentage of pipelines we're talking about of unknown age or material?
I might have to phone a friend. I don't know if I can ask Christopher Akins to hop on and be able to provide some more context to Commissioner Gilman's question, please.
Yeah, hi there again. We went through that exercise when we were going through the 2022 rulemaking process, but since age wasn't part of the attributes listed back then, we'd have to do some more investigation on what percentage of that data is in our geospatial mapping tool.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, that would be helpful. Age was not, but material was. So do you have any understanding right now on the unknown materials kind of percentage?
Yeah, not at my fingertips, so we'd have to go back and pull that information. But yeah, we probably would have looked at that attribute, since you're correct. That one was under the GPS attribute table.
Okay. Yeah, it would be helpful to understand. I don't know if we kind of do a data request before, or that's part of your proposal at this point, but it's a little hard for me to contextualize like what percent of the system are we talking about will show up as unknown. So it would just be helpful for us all to level set with that at some point.
And also I'd point out the annual report has, it's either an unknown or an other category. I don't have that in front of me either. And that could be another quick way for us to be able to ascertain how much of that age data is available as well. So we could reference that and look into that and get back with you.
Thank you. That would be super helpful. Okay, so then as was pointed out, the other item from 291 was pipes needing to be replaced within 10 years, or I think I botched the language a little. I think it was planned to be replaced, perhaps something a little more broad than that, and I can fix that. More or less, 10-year time frame, what's the company's plans to replace pipes? You know, I guess my interpretation in reading that is that would be safety, integrity, fairly clearly, but then also potentially capacity. So I don't know if I'm having the same interpretation as other people in terms of what pipes are included in that bullet. But then maybe we can understand from the company's perspective, Ms. Jones, what's what's your progress, or do you all have a plan for compliance with that? Kind of where are you at in total with how you'll put together that information?
Yeah, so I think that's also something that we can include in our proposal, the detailed action plan in order to comply with this. One thing I will kind of note as a challenge is the 10-year timeframe, specifically because in alignment with the gas infrastructure rules, we have known projects for the next 6 years, not necessarily 10. And so there could be some sort of conflict in that time period. However, I do think that our interpretation may be similar, that just by having the word upgraded in there, I do think it is intended to also include capacity expansion projects as well. But again, there will be some movement as we go through these plans, because sometimes, capacity expansion may change as it is forecasted. We may have new business projects flow in and out. So just wanted to put a little layer of caution that these maps will likely be updated on a frequent basis, and we'll try to put together an action plan in our proposal as to how we may become compliant with that.
Okay, got it. Any thoughts on that? Yeah, Mr. Hay.
I thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I was just going to jump in and say that we would agree with Ms. Jones that these, in fact, it's our understanding and expectation that the maps would be updated frequently, and that they would capture incrementally different time periods as the planning changes. And so that, I think that's exactly the intent of the planning process and the mapping process is to give us those regular updates. But as we think about the 10 years, it would be, as much information as the company knows based on age and type of pipe. So the sort of safety and integrity plus known capacity additions would all, from the Energy Office perspective, be part of what we would think we would see coming through, understanding that, as we do with all of our forward-looking planning, it will change as we learn more during the process. So.
Update interval. I just to like flesh this out really quick or get it on the table. We have to move on to data really soon. But it would every GIP be reasonable? Every GIP and the interim GIP filing? Like what is your initial vision, Mr. Hay, on update frequency of a map compliant with 291?
Well,
or you think it's real time, or I don't know.
Yeah. Answering that without understanding exactly what the costs are for the different options, it's sort of like, do I want to buy a Kia or a Cadillac? I guess, it always depends on what it costs when I walk through the door. I don't know, but I would think, in an ideal world, each time we see a GIP, we would see an updated set of mapping so that we are able to use it to evaluate the GIP as a whole, use it to evaluate alternatives, and understand going forward what that projection looks like. Again, subject to understanding how much it would cost to make that a regular update on that interval.
Okay, but it doesn't sound like you're asking for or expecting something that's far more frequent than every GIP. I think that was my, I wasn't sure what expectations would be.
Well, I mean, Commissioner Gilman, and this comes to sort of the who and the what of the access question, but from the Energy Office's perspective, I would expect that we would use a tool like this in the process of a GIP proceeding, and that given the frequency of GIP proceedings, it might be sufficient if we wanted to do some work with it in a clean heat proceeding. But at least today, and I will say that is for today, and I have not talked with my team about this, I don't imagine that we would think we need real-time access, that we would be using it in the context of a proceeding and not necessarily in between.
Okay.
But that's initial thinking today.
Yep, got it. I'm not writing any of this in stone. We're just trying to figure out a path forward, at least for the next few years. Ms. Fickling.
Yeah, like Mr. Hay, I tread a little bit lightly here, not having visibility into cost information, but kind of at a high level, I don't think we see this mapping exercise, as we've discussed, occurring in isolation. Like, in other words, we see two-way information flows. So the mapping exercise informs the analyses that are done for the purpose of the GIP, and then also, the analyses that are done for the purpose of the GIP, inform and are incorporated into the mapping. So it's two-way, and from that perspective, we don't see this as an exercise that is done, once every 5 years or something. We see this as an exercise that is ongoing and then helps inform the filings that the company is required to produce.
Okay, modified a little. It's an input and an output in the GIP. So it just becomes part of that cycle. Okay. Ms. Jones, if you must, any comments on that? I'd love to move us into data, like more talking about the pieces, but obviously none of this is set in stone, just trying to understand where everyone is on this discussion. Go ahead, Ms. Jones.
No, I just wanted to interject really quick to say I think that we are in alignment. So maybe one thing that we all align on is that producing the map for each gas infrastructure plan seems reasonable.
Guys, we got something done today. Very excited about this. All right. Well, let's get into something spicier. What data? Okay, so we heard kind of an ask on what info the company has now. I think that the company will, I hope, this is an ask actually, Ms. Jones. I hope you will file your slides into the record. That would be very helpful for us. And then everyone can access that slide that showed the pink and red kind of system attributes available, except for the unknown portions, which hopefully we'll get a little more information as to the magnitude that plays. And it's our understanding, Ms. Jones, everything that was on that slide is in GIS or in a shapefile currently. Is that fair for the known assets?
Assuming we're talking about the same slide that showed kind of the massive list of GIS assets, then yes, that assumption would be correct, that those are, if known, available currently within our Small World GIS platform, which also includes the electric infrastructure asset information as well.
Okay, got it. And sorry, I wish everyone could share their screen at the same time and just try and keep us moving, keep us focused. So we have that list. We also have the list that is from the GPS proceeding, GPS rulemaking proceeding. We've got the list from 291. So there are some different attributes moving around. So I think in this discussion on data, I want to talk specifically about what data attributes should be available from the perspective of our presenters. And it is all wrapped up in the second question too, of available to who and how. Do you envision NDAs? Do you whatever? And so I would ask during this discussion if we can focus on why is that information useful, to make sure there actually is something that can be done or figured out from it. Who is capable of figuring that out? Is every stakeholder have this sophistication or ability to do that? And I think that somewhat may inform the second question as to who should have access. To me, there's perhaps little sense in taking a security risk if someone can't even do anything useful with it. So kind of wrap all these questions up together so that we can begin to understand a little better that perspective. So Mr. Hay, I don't know if you have a list you want to kick us off with or a proposal on who gets access, but go ahead.
Well, I think we've talked a lot about the requirements of 291 in terms of size and age and type of pipe and the 10-year projections. I think there's one thing that was on the company's slides that I wanted to capture in this discussion on data, and I'll try and provide a little bit of context for that, and that is information around hydraulic flow. We have heard a lot in various proceedings related to the gas system that the gas system is really built on design day requirements, and a lot of that is related to system peak. And in the work that we've been doing with our consultant on our gas system study, they have represented to us that information around the hydraulic flow analysis is really essential to being able to understand what parts of the system may be more readily an option for strategic electrification or for decommissioning. And so I think that data is really important. Now to the question of who has access to that. I would start broadly here and say that, in the Energy Office's view, I think that subject to appropriate confidential non-disclosure agreements, we would recommend that the Commission err on the side of allowing interveners and their subject matter experts access to that information. It is hard to say today, but it is very possible that in a proceeding where some of this information was going to become available, we, for example, might contract with an outside expert who is capable of using that data. We don't have that in-house expertise today, but I wouldn't rule out that we would seek to do that. We've hired outside consultants before. So I would just recommend sort of erring on the side of a confidential treatment. And I would have some concerns around overly limiting access to staff, UCA, and commission advisors. I think that, a lot of parties to the proceeding have expertise or can get expertise that could utilize a lot of the information that we've been talking about today, whether it's age and type of pipe or even the hydraulic flow data.
Great, got it. I'm in real time changing our format just so we can keep organized here. Maybe let's first focus on, let me go to the 291 requirements, which are age, material, and location. I think I got them right. Age, material, location, let me know if I've gone astray. With regard to age, material, and location first, Ms. Jones, maybe. With regard to what you have between kind of the GPS rulemaking and 291, what's your vision on who could access information about age, material, and location, and at what granularity or kind of security? We'll leave the hydraulic flow modeling, just to put a pin in that for a minute. But on these three that are kind of more the statutory, what's your vision or understanding when I combine kind of GPS requirements and the 291 requirements?
Yeah, it is my understanding that per the GPS requirements, only location is publicly available. If I'm inaccurate in that, I'd ask that Chris Akins come on and correct me, but that's my understanding from our slides here. Anything else would be considered confidential or highly confidential. And again, there's some scalability factor in there. So I think it was 1 to 6,000 scale.
Okay, so hopefully I represented that decently. We think that is going to be publicly available at 1 to 6,000 or broader.
Correct.
And the basis for that is the GPS proceeding. And then if I'm right, I think within the GPS proceeding, like municipalities can view, representatives of municipalities maybe can view it more granularly. Is that a thing from that rulemaking?
Correct. So it says the commission will allow local government designees subject to executing a confidentiality agreement and the provisions of the Colorado Opens Record Act and applicable federal law to view the provided GIS data in G through J or at a more zoomed in scale.
Okay.
So that was a long way to answer your question, but that is what it says.
Broadly, local governments can see it more granularly with some confidentiality provisions, I think, like at the commission's office. Okay. So maybe, and any other, with regard to age and material, what is your thinking? Is there any public viewing of that, or that you're anticipating now would be like in a GIP under confidentiality provisions?
So interestingly enough, if we're looking at just the GPS rules, so material is included as something that we are required to submit a data shapefile on. However, age is not. And so for your first answer, material, I would say available but confidential. And then for age, I think that's still something that we're working on, but we could maybe make an assumption that it would be available but confidential pending review from my internal legal counsel and subject matter experts.
All right. Any?
Oh, and highly confidential. I'm sorry. I should distinguish that it should be highly confidential.
Okay. And the basis for the age that only appeared in SB 291, not in GPS, right?
Correct.
Okay, got it. I'm just trying to get all our references right, so we're on the straight and narrow with all this. Okay, any thoughts, Ms. Fickling, Mr. Hay, on kind of the company's current thinking on how things would be provided when we combine together kind of 291 and GPS and kind of the current thinking that those would be confidential aspects available within the, I suppose the GIP filing, if I'm right, Ms. Jones, that's where those would be. I mean, some would also be under the rulemaking code of pipeline safety, but then these attributes also would be part of a document or information that's filed in accordance with the GIP.
Correct.
Ms. Fickling.
Yeah, I mean, I think our expectations align that a lot of this information would be available but highly confidential. I guess the only thing I note here, in addition to what Ms. Jones said, is that I think there is precedent from other proceedings for kind of security sensitive information being provided under highly confidential NDAs. So for example, like in the 2021 Excel ERP case, for example, there was information that was provided about Comanche 3 under kind of a special highly confidential NDA. So, you know, I think even for sensitive information, there are similar processes that we could use to provide information on a need to know basis for interveners.
Okay, great. So it doesn't seem like there's a ton of controversy, the devil's in the details, but at this point, with what we're thinking or the plan. Now I'm curious for things that are, yeah, I see Mr. Hay, but also curious for things that are not on this list that you all think are necessary as part of the mapping, or, you know, to enable kind of the objectives and system planning that we talked about. And here's where we can talk more about the hydraulic flow data as one of those items, Mr. Hay, but curious, are there other aspects of the system that are missing from this list in order to enable that vision? And I think you could differentiate when you discuss, so you're talking short-term or long-term wish list here. But what else is necessary to enable the vision of those objectives that we started out the conversation talking about? Mr. Hay.
Yeah, and Commissioner Gilman, I think you've already hit on one of the points that I was prepared to make, and that is the conversation around, you know, what we might expect for a 2025 filing or near-term filing, and sort of the long-term vision of what data we might like to see. So I'll come back to that. I think the other thing that's perhaps not captured here as we think about who has access to those different pieces is, you know, the ability to implement 1370 and the recognition that, you know, the Energy Office will be working with public service as well as local governments through an RFP process to begin to understand projects. And so thinking about how we provide this data plus whatever else local governments might identify as part of 1370, I think should be added to the list. Long term, I think there's a lot of information, and I can come back, or longer term, and I'll leave that for the moment undefined, information on the electric side for Excel, so that we can begin to think about those sort of overlapping places where we have potentially higher levels of gas system investment and lower levels of electric system investment, so we can think about that strategic integration. I did have one question with respect to the available to whom. You know, it is my hope, and this is a sort of clarifying question, that when we're talking about access, we're really talking about it being provided to parties in a proceeding, and not something that parties would have to go to the commission to access on a single computer, because I think that severely limits the usefulness to a number of parties. And so would just want to clarify that as we talk about, you know, available, it's really available in the way that most of us would understand in a commission proceeding, that we would get the information probably directly from the company, since the commission's e-filing systems does not deal very well with executable files of any type, as I recall.
I have noticed that. Is it whom? I'm not an English major. I have to fess up. Should I correct it to whom? Available to whom, Mr. Hay?
Sorry, Commissioner Gilman.
I never know.
I believe it is, but I wasn't
It
intending
seems-
to make a grammatical point here.
No, I appreciate it. I always question that, and I'm like, I wish I knew that exact rule in my head.
I'm sure if Mr.
I will
Davis
do
is
it.
available, he can correct me.
I will.
Wouldn't be the
Have
first time.
I questioned it and I was like, I don't know. I'm not going to jump out on that limb. Okay. So kind of a friendly amendment here in terms of the availability is somewhat is within the GIP proceeding. There is not some extracurricular process except perhaps an NDA for that highly confidential information within that for those granted intervener status within that. Ms. Fickling.
Yeah, so I'm not sure that I don't believe this was a requirement of 291, but kind of looking forward from that in terms of what we want to see long term. One of the other aspects that I believe is in the PG&E gas analysis tool is also information on number and type of customers that are on a particular like segment of the system. And that kind of information was necessary to enable the type of analysis that I talked about that GridWorks did. Because GridWorks had to look at, not just the risks, present on the system, age, type of pipeline, et cetera, but also like, what would it take to avoid the pipeline replacement project, which necessarily needs to look at the customers that are there on the system and what would it take to get them to electrify, who are they, how many are they, and what building type, et cetera. So looking long term, I see that as another category of information that's necessary to evaluate zone LMPA projects.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, and I wonder, maybe Miss Jones will enlighten us when she comes back as to like the relationship of that with the hydraulic flow data in terms of understanding not just, gee whiz, here's a pipe and here's its material and size, but what direction is gas generally flowing here? Who are we serving at what kind of points in the system? And just a little more intelligence about the directionality and kind of end users associated with any areas. Ms. Valentine.
Thank you. To build off of that, one other valuable aspect could be obviously the location of any planned infrastructure projects, but alongside that, information for each of those projects on the territory and any segments that are served by that project. And so this was one aspect that when I worked for the city and county of Denver, there was a concern in reviewing all of the different planned projects. And, there might be a project up in, I think there was one in maybe like Greeley or something that served a large number of customers in Denver. So I think having something that is maybe short term that's achievable is, even just showing us a square of, the area served by a certain planned project or any other geometric shape that it may be. And then perhaps, as discussed in that longer term, having more of that granular information on the number and type of customers that would be served by that project specifically.
Thanks. Okay, I got you on there. And as always, let me know if what I write down doesn't appropriately reflect what you said. But and maybe just for transparency purposes, our time will end soon on mapping because we have to give cost benefit analysis its day. And so I think largely we will have these notes available. I anticipate public services watching these notes on what you all are hoping for, looking for, and ideally, this will be addressed as part of our discussions on any proposal. So, we won't get to the exact finish line with all this data, who gets it. Hopefully it's fine for everyone if I represent on this one. This is probably governed by the distribution system plan process on the electric side. As with regard to this electric one, we can probably move that one off the plate of, we're not going to decide here who has access to the electric attributes. That happens in the DSP and associated processes. So we can move that one away. Yeah, Ms. Jones.
Yeah, so a few follow-up questions or comments from public service. So hydraulic flow data, I'll start there. That can have many meanings. And so I just want to make sure that we are really clear as to what we're talking about there. So hydraulic feasibility, as I see it, can be a couple different things. It can be where the gas is physically flowing to and how many customers are downstream. Meaning when you think about a gas system as a tree, right? If it is the leaf of the tree, it has really high hydraulic feasibility of being decommissioned versus the trunk of the tree does not have high feasibility of getting decommissioned because it serves so many downstream customers. And so I just wanted to clarify, when we're talking about hydraulic flow data, that could be one side. The other side would be whether or not that pipeline has capacity. And I guess I would like to kind of challenge that. I think that that's probably less important than the hydraulic feasibility portion of it, mainly because when you look at a piece of pipe, it's not, apples to apples as when you look at electric infrastructure. You don't have just like a finite number of capacity left on that piece of pipe. It really is incredibly geographically located, and based on where you put that pipe, size of customer, it can dramatically affect capacity. So I guess that's a long way to say, A, looking for clarification, and B, I would maybe propose that when we talk about hydraulic flow data, we talk more about hydraulic feasibility of decommissioning and less so on hydraulic capacity.
Mr. Hay.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. And I think from the Energy Office's perspective, we would say the answer is likely both and. Certainly agree with Ms. Jones that, thinking about those terminal branches that might be ripe for strategic decommissioning or transitioning to, I shouldn't say decommissioning, transitioning to either electrification or thermal energy networks, they're going to provide service. It might just be of a different fuel type, is important, but with respect to the capacity question, I think that may help identify areas of the system that may need investment sooner rather than later, if I may. And so, some representation of that could be useful going forward. So
May
I would
I
say
respond?
both and.
May I respond, Commissioner Gilman? So agree with you completely on the, kind of educating us as to where we might need upgrades. But my thought on this is, in lieu of having to look at every single piece of pipe and say, what is the available capacity on this pipeline? Are we not already getting that information by complying with 291, where we're indicating pieces of pipe that may need to be either upgraded or replaced based on either capacity concerns or system safety and integrity? So I guess my counterpoint would be, I think we can get that information in a more simplistic way than having to hydraulically model and try to feed that back into the map.
Commissioner, may I?
You may.
Sorry, Ms. Jones, I'm going to politely disagree with you in one respect, and that is that while that all may be true, it puts the company in the driver's seat of providing the information and doesn't leave the information available for parties that may want to look at other places in the system. And so, to the earlier point in the conversation around trying to provide as much transparency and symmetry of information, again, not for the moment understanding what it would take to do that from a cost perspective. I would err on the side of providing as much information to the commission and to parties as possible, but certainly willing to look at that in light of the cost of the ask.
Okay, perfect. All right, we have got to give cost benefit analysis its fair due here in this conversation. So thank you all for entertaining me and taking notes as we went to try and streamline our discussion, figure out where we are on some of these issues. I will try and synthesize these. I'll talk to my team, see what we can kind of make available or how, understanding, of course, this is just for the purpose of this exercise to help you all brainstorm and understand where there are areas of agreement, areas of disagreement, or areas we need to probe further. And I would hope, ideally, I've heard loud and clear some of these areas. Perhaps we can use our next workshop to address a few of these areas, and then also kind of target some specific questions when we go and ask the company to come up with a proposal, so we can really understand, how some of the considerations that our presenters expressed today were taken into account in that proposal. So hopefully this is very helpful to streamline that effort and get us further faster in our discussion together. So why don't we do a 10-minute break, if that's okay with everyone? And we will resume with cost benefit analysis with Public Service Company And I'm sure we'll have a great discussion there too. I'm sorry it will be shorter than this one, but I was so excited that we were getting somewhere here. So if you can consider brevity in your presentations, that would be great. I expect the discussion to be really helpful. So we'll start with public service at 3:30 on cost benefit analysis. Just a reminder, this will stay live, so mute yourself, turn off your cameras during the break, and I'll see you at 3:30. Thanks. All right, do we have Ms. Jones back with us? Mr. Hay, did you have something before we start the presentation on CBA?
No, Commissioner Gilman, my apologies. I was just turning my camera on since we were back from break. Let you know.
Just showing you're here on time. I love it. I appreciate it. Not a problem. All right, Ms. Jones, talk to us about cost benefit analysis.
Happy to. I am getting an error, host disabled participant screen sharing. Was hoping to share some screens with you all.
Ms. Kunkel, can you help us out on enabling Ms. Jones?
Yes, I just reset it. I'm not sure what happened.
Okay, no worries. Try again. There we go.
All right. Everyone can see my screen okay?
It's still popping up for me, but it looks like it wants to do it. There we go. Okay. Now I see your slide.
Perfect. All right. So I will dive right in on cost benefit analyses. Let me get everything situated. There we go. Okay, so first and foremost, wanted to do a little bit of framing on the gas infrastructure plan direction that we received directly from the commission. So in decision number C240092 at paragraph 111, we did receive feedback that public service first CBA methodology was a very good first step as experience with alternatives analyses grow. That being said, certain aspects should be further developed and refined in order to be more accurate. And additionally, we should be moving forward with the development of a CBA handbook. So as we go through this, I am going to go through some comments as to updates we've made so far, and then a detailed review of the cost benefit analysis framework as it exists today. And then also an update on the CBA handbook, which is under development, and what will be included in that document. So current updates to the CBA tool, as I mentioned, we did receive a lot of feedback from stakeholders through the company's first initial gas infrastructure plan filing in 2023. We have documented and reviewed all of that, and you'll see some meaningful changes based on the feedback that we received in the updated CBA framework. Additionally, as I mentioned, the development of a CBA handbook is currently underway. So looking forward to some feedback today on the inclusions of what will be included within that handbook itself. Another thing that we did within gas strategy is we did a detailed review of the Stratogen report, which was entitled Non-Pipeline Alternatives, a Regulatory Framework and a Case Study of Colorado, again, to cross-reference any benefits or costs that might be recommended through that industry report. We also decided to include a secondary cost effectiveness test into the CBA framework, an expanded ratepayer impact measure test, and I can dive into the reasons why and what that means throughout the presentation. We evaluated the inclusion of several different additional benefits and costs into the CBA framework, and again, they're indicated herein for consideration. And then lastly, Public Service did host a workshop in February of 2024 to review the modifications that we have made to the CBA tool with stakeholders and enabled an opportunity to solicit feedback, which is also incorporated herein. So really quick, just a high-level introduction to CBA cost-benefit analysis. So the purpose. Really the purpose of a CBA tool is to compare two mutually exclusive projects. In this case, primarily we're focusing on either a proposed gas infrastructure project or an NPA portfolio. But it's important to note that both projects serve the same purpose, which is to maintain reliable and safe gas service in a project that requires a capacity or new business expansion project. The methodology used within the CBA tool is really to compare the net present value of costs between either an NPA portfolio or the baseline gas infrastructure project. And the outcome is that the project option with the lowest NPV of cost is considered to be the preferred option to move forward with. Key information as we dive in this particular case, the gas infrastructure project is assumed to be baseline. All of the NPA portfolio costs and benefits are thus compared to the baseline gas infrastructure project. And future modifications may be implemented based on stakeholder feedback or feedback received through this workshop. So CBA framework. So this is an illustrative comparison of what it means to compare a gas infrastructure project, which is our baseline, to an NPA portfolio. You'll see on the left-hand side, what we look at is the gas infrastructure project and the discounted costs, which are discounted per the WACC in order to determine the net present value, or NPV. And then we compare everything against that baseline gas infrastructure project in the NPA portfolio, which is why you see discounted costs as well as discounted benefits on the NPA portfolio side of the equation to get to the NPV. In this scenario, discounted costs are still discounted based on the WACC, or the weighted average capital cost. And the discounted benefits are discounted at a 2.5% rate, which is in alignment with the company's 2024 DSM strategic issues docket. A few things to note here. The NPA portfolio, in our understanding, is compared to the gas infrastructure solution, primarily because that would be the status quo, and something needs to be done. So we cannot accept the likely future loss of service. It would be an unacceptable societal outcome. An NPA portfolio that does not produce net benefits does not disqualify the project from implementation. Instead, it really is the solution with the most favorable NPV, which reflects the best societal outcome. So here's an example of why we selected that methodology to compare everything to the baseline gas infrastructure project. And this is a very rudimentary example, but I do think it helps illustrate why these are both mathematically equivalent. So in option one, if we were to apply the gas commodity as a cost to both the gas infrastructure solution and the NPA portfolio, what you may see is that if we pursued a gas infrastructure solution, we would have a certain amount of commodity costs. In this case, we chose 100 decatherms. If the company instead pursued an NPA portfolio, what you would see is it would still be a cost, but it would be a lesser cost than a gas infrastructure solution. In this example, it would be 80 decatherms. So in lieu of applying that as both of a cost, we actually chose option two, the selected methodology, which would be to apply the net reduction of gas commodity costs as a benefit to the NPA portfolio. So in this example, there's no cost on the gas infrastructure side of the equation. However, there's a benefit to the NPA portfolio in the magnitude of negative 20 decatherms of gas commodity saved. And then this slide right here really goes into why we believe an NPV approach is imperative given the timing and cost of benefits incurred during these various time periods. So this is a hypothetical comparison of an NPA portfolio and a gas infrastructure project. It is meant to be an illustrative example, and this should not be representative of actual costs. But in this particular example, you'll see that an NPA does have an upfront program cost, which is dictated in this first red bar. It may include electric system costs as well as a winter mitigation cost. So those are all the costs associated with the NPA portfolio. And then you start adding in benefits. So in this case, we chose some high-level benefits like avoided admissions, avoided gas costs, and a non-energy benefit adder to come up with the NPV portfolio net cost. Then you compare that to the proposed gas infrastructure project, and you'll see that by looking at the NPV and looking at the lifetime avoided admissions and avoided gas costs, the NPV portfolio might not have had a favorable cost if you looked at just cost in itself, but through the NPV calculation as compared to the proposed gas infrastructure project, in this illustrative example, it would be the preferred portfolio to move forward with. So next, I'm going to dive into the cost effectiveness test and really answer the question, why did the company determine the need to consider multiple? So as I was mentioning before, evaluating cost effectiveness at the portfolio level is really essential because many of the measures may not provide net benefits, but are needed in order to meet the project criteria, i.e. they're really needed to sufficiently reduce the peak load, which is the driving factor for capacity expansion and new business projects. Utilities have traditionally relied on several different types of cost-benefit analyses, each of which really examines the costs and benefits of multiple solutions from different perspectives. So it's our understanding based on the gas infrastructure plan rules that the Colorado Public Utility Commission requires a modified total resource cost, which accounts for the societal benefits, including the cost of carbon and methane emissions. It's our belief that this really does provide the most comprehensive measure of net project impacts because it is accounting for social benefits such as admissions. However, we are recommending that we include an expanded ratepayer impact metric test because it allows the commission, as well as our stakeholders and the company, to look at an NPA portfolio with an additional perspective, and that is the ratepayer impact. We really use this as a secondary cost effectiveness test in order to optimize the portfolio. Reasons for this is this really takes into consideration the cost benefit perspective of non-participating customers. And since these NPA portfolios are so geographically targeted and only a limited amount of customers are even eligible to participate, we felt that it was an important perspective to consider ratepayers who may be socializing these costs, but not necessarily eligible for the program itself. And I'll go into a little bit more detail on that as well. So the primary cost effectiveness test, as I mentioned, is an expanded modified total resource cost test, or an EMTRC. And it is a cost effectiveness test that was presented in the 2023 gas infrastructure plan with the modifications I'll mention later on. But it is one that measures the net costs and benefits of an NPA portfolio. And this includes both energy savings and non-energy benefits. So included in a EMTRC is the direct program costs, the participant costs, and the utility system costs that can result from the implementation of NPAs. It also includes societal impacts. So this would include greenhouse gas emissions and other potential benefits through a non-energy benefits adder. And then one important thing to note here, all incentives are considered to be both benefits and costs, and therefore they net to zero in this particular cost effectiveness test. So that would include the utility, the state, and the federal incentives. Next, the secondary cost effectiveness test. So as I mentioned, this is the newest cost effectiveness test included in the CBA tool, and it is the expanded rate impact measure cost test, or ERIM. And this is really a cost test that evaluates the impact of the NPA portfolio investments on customer electric and gas rates. So included in this is the cost effectiveness perspective of a non-participating customer. It includes incentive costs and net revenue impacts. However, participant costs are omitted because this is the perspective of a non-participating customer. Like the first cost test, it does include societal impacts such as greenhouse gas emissions and other potential benefits through the non-energy benefits adder. And then last thing to note, and I do think that this is really important, since it is a secondary cost effectiveness test, our intention with including this is that an NPA portfolio can quote unquote pass the EMTRC and still raise customer rates as demonstrated through a RIM test. So this test is really to provide an additional viewpoint from which the merit of an NPA portfolio can be evaluated. So there may be an instance that from a total resource cost test, it's favorable, but it's having an unfavorable impact on non-participating ratepayers. All right, so this is really the meat and potatoes of the slides, so I'm going to spend a little bit of extra time here. But this is a high-level illustration of our CBA framework for the primary cost effectiveness test, which is the expanded modified total resource cost. And this diagram should be familiar. It was presented in the 2023 gas infrastructure plan. But what I did here is in green bold text, I indicated any sort of cost and or benefit that was either new or has been slightly modified based on feedback from the commission, stakeholders, or other interested parties. So going left to right. Gas infrastructure project, as I mentioned, still only includes costs of the gas infrastructure project. And as we see that, that is the capital cost of gas infrastructure as estimated. Going over to the NPA portfolio, and remember all of these costs and benefits are relative to the gas infrastructure solution. First, I'll go through the discounted costs. And so this includes participant costs. It includes the administrative costs of actually offering the program. And then it includes 3 electric capacity cost adders, so generation, transmission, and distribution. And happy to take detailed questions, but I'll go through them at a high level. It also includes ancillary service costs, energy costs, incremental line losses, incremental generation emissions costs, and then the 2 at the bottom are really only if applicable. So the first one would be any winter mitigation required in order to, defer a gas infrastructure project, but still allow the NPA portfolio time to come to full fruition. And so this could be several different things, and some high-level examples would be either an operational measure such as bypassing a regulator station, or injecting supplemental supply until the NPA portfolio comes to full fruition. So we would include that cost on the NPA portfolio if and only if we felt that it was necessary in order to execute the NPA portfolio. And the second is the incremental gas infrastructure costs, if applicable. Now, this might sound contradictory, but if you recall, in the Commission's rule, the NPA portfolio definition, and don't quote me on this, but I've gotten pretty good at quoting it, is a program or action to avoid, defer, or delay a gas infrastructure project. And so in the original 2023 gas infrastructure plan, the company really focused on projects that would avoid gas infrastructure. We really wanted to expand this tool to help encompass projects that could defer or reduce gas infrastructure projects. So this would be incremental gas infrastructure project costs if, for example, we had a really massive project that we were trying to avoid and we found out that we could avoid 95% of it with an NPA portfolio, but there would still be some incremental gas infrastructure costs. This scenario was really built to accommodate that kind of scenario, to kind of broaden the realm of an NPA portfolio. Okay, so then we'll go over to discounted costs. Avoided gas commodity costs, which is not new, but is included as a discounted benefit. We also elected to include any avoided gas O&M costs, which was not previously included, as well as deferred capital expenditure benefit, if applicable. And this scenario, again, was meant to encompass an event in which an NPA portfolio could defer a gas infrastructure project in lieu of avoiding it. And so this would show kind of like the time value of money in the case that we don't have to do this for 5 years. We just saved money to the company and the ratepayers. And so it would be just the deferred capital expenditure benefit. The next benefit is a non-energy benefit. And for those who aren't familiar, this is really a benefit that is intended to bring more equity into the NPA portfolio. And so we actually use the same methodology from the company's DSM strategic issues docket, which says that a non-energy benefit should be added in areas where there's disproportionately impacted communities. And so it's an adder to the benefits in that community in order to really prioritize areas of disproportionately impacted community members. And so that's one that I'm personally excited about, but was added in. And then we also included the avoided methane leakage benefit and the avoided CO2 emissions benefit. So both of those are calculated into NPV. And again, the ultimate question here is which project has a better NPV, which would indicate the best societal outcome for our ratepayers. So I'll go to the next one. It's it's a similar layout, but some of the costs and benefits are a little bit different just because it is a different cost effectiveness test. This is the expanded RIM. Everything on this slide is green, so I didn't want to flush your eyes with green, but just know that this entire thing is green. And again, meant to encompass the different perspective of a non-participating ratepayer. So I'll go through it a little bit faster and then we can always come back for questions. But on the gas infrastructure project side, it's just the capital cost of gas infrastructure. On the NPA portfolio side, for discounted costs, we have the incentive costs, which is a new thing to this particular cost test. The administrative costs associated with actually implementing an NPA portfolio. And then we have the net revenue costs, again, to try to simulate what could be the impact to electric and gas rates. And then we have the electric capacity in the form of generation, transmission, and distribution, ancillary service costs, energy costs, incremental line losses, incremental generation emissions costs, and then again, the winter mitigation costs and the incremental gas infrastructure costs, only if applicable. And then on the discounted benefits side of the house, we have the avoided gas commodity and avoided gas O&M, the deferred capital expenditure benefit, again, only if applicable, the non-energy benefit again, and then the avoided methane leakage and the avoided CO2 emissions benefit. So that was certainly a lot of information to throw at you, Commissioner Gilman. This was also reviewed in that February workshop that I presented or discussed earlier. And in addition to that, we also have an appendix that details all of the costs and benefits, as well as the sources and what they're used for. So in the spirit of time, my intention was not to go through all of them exhaustively today, but per your request, definitely incorporate them into record, and happy to take any detailed questions during the conversation standpoint. So that was my intention today, but certainly open to your guidance and feedback. The very last slide I have here today is the structure of the CBA handbook. Again, this is under development, so we're very excited about that. And at a high level, it's intended to give an overview of the methodologies, the calculations, the data sources, and the descriptions of the costs and benefits evaluated within the CBA framework. And that's really going to be split into 3 relevant sections. The first will be an overview of the relevant cost effectiveness tests, and it'll be what does the cost test mean, explaining the purpose and how to interpret the results when evaluating NPA portfolios based on the 2 cost effectiveness tests included. The second will be a section devoted to the CBA framework and methodology. And so that is really intended to be a detailed review of all the costs and benefits and the potential CBA impact, whether they were included or whether they were excluded within all of the cost effectiveness tests. And then in addition, the description of the impact, the calculation actually used within the tool itself, and the data sources. And then the final section will be focused on key analysis assumptions. So that will include any accounting assumptions, our assumptions for discount rates, both on the cost and benefit side, and then the annual cost inflation as examples of items that might be included in that key analysis assumptions section. And I will pause there for your comments, directions, feedback.
Awesome. Excellent. I think what I'll do is move on to CEO for some of their thoughts. Thank you for laying this out. This is clear and helpful for our discussion, the way you've provided this information. So I think I'll go to Mr. Hay, and I'd asked Mr. Hay at WRA to help us understand from their perspectives, what costs and benefits, what cost tests, what costs and benefits should be included. Are there, reputable sources we should be pointing to, as part of a handbook, or where some of that data comes from? Obviously, some will be controversial. They may stay controversial, but some are not, and it helps us to clear our plate for the things that really are. And then I also ask them, what really needs to be memorialized in a CBA handbook. So hopefully we'll get some of that feedback from them for you today. So thanks for this, and I expect, like the other one, we'll go into a full discussion once we hear from the other 2 presenters today. So Mr. Hay, if you're out there and ready, I think we could start your presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman, and apologies for taking my jacket off, but the air conditioning is not working in our office today, and so it is quite warm in here right now. So I will do my best.
You have not offended me.
I will do my best to. I have host only on screen sharing.
All right, Ms. Kunkel, maybe we just need to enable Mr. Hay again. And then once we do that, you could probably give Ms. Fickling access again too, just in case hers got bumped as well.
Yeah, I just made him co-host again. He wasn't still, but okay. I'll double check and make everyone co-host again.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Let's see. So I will try again. And it says host disabled participant screen sharing. So I do not have the ability to share my screen.
Okay, go ahead and do that again one more time.
Aha. Now I do. Thank you. All right. And everyone should be hopefully seeing a screen that says cost benefit analysis.
We've got it. Perfect.
So,
thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. And again, Keith Hay with the Colorado Energy Office, joined by my colleagues, Jocelyn Durkay and Jessica Lowry. Commissioner Gilman, we have several slides on cost benefit analysis, and I will go more slowly through some and more quickly through others. We will file our slides after the conversation today so that you will have all of them. We also have several appendix slides that I am not intending to go through that address both our first conversation on mapping and this conversation on cost benefit analysis. So I wanted to start just briefly to level set. I know you and many of the people listening today are aware of the Commission's cost benefit tests, but for context on what we are going to talk about from the Energy Office perspective, and you heard this from the company, currently under statute and Commission rules, we really have two cost tests that are in place. One on the gas demand side management proceedings, which is the modified total resource cost test, which Ms. Jones described. And the other is in the gas infrastructure planning context, which is again that modified total resource cost test. Pursuant to statute, there is a slightly different standard for clean heat plans where it is a lowest reasonable cost standard and not really an applicable resource cost test. And again, the modified total resource cost test is one of four traditional utility tests. Ms. Jones referenced the rate impact measure being another one of those. But what I wanted to do today was to take us in a slightly different direction from any of the traditional cost tests. And this comes from recent work on the standard practice manual. And this represents it being for DERs or distributed energy resources. But in the context of reading the manual, it's very clear that the authors intended this work not simply to apply to the electric side of the utility, but also potentially being applicable to the gas side of the utility. And I think that an important divergence between the traditional utility cost tests that we're all used to and this new approach is this idea of starting from the regulatory perspective. And it's not starting simply from the focus of utility system impacts and the different utility perspective or participating customer perspective or non-participating customer perspective or societal perspective, but from the perspective of the commission and the commissioners, those that oversee the investments. And I think the important language here is as guided by applicable policy goals. And so I think what it does that's different from what we've done to date is it really centers what the state's policy goals are, whether that be emissions reductions, minimizing cost, impacts on workers, impacts on disproportionately impacted communities, but really starts with what are the things that we are asking a utility to achieve, and then evaluates the cost and benefits and ultimately the cost effectiveness in light of making sure that we are achieving those policy goals. And that's not inherently part of any of the traditional cost tests that we might go through. So I won't spend a lot of time here, but we'll make sure that this is in the record. This lists that jurisdictional tests, that new cost test, and then some of the traditional resource tests. And I think importantly, want to focus just for a moment on sort of those key questions. And again, as I said, the key question for the jurisdictional test is really, are we meeting the state's policy goals? And what is the most cost-effective way to do that? Which I think is distinct from the total resource cost test, which you can see down on line 3, which reflects the cost to, what they call here host customers and the utility system. And so it's just a different perspective. And again, different from the societal cost test, which looks at will the cost to society be reduced? So I also wanted to take a moment and set that as context, and I'm going to leave that there for a moment, and then step into a couple of examples of different pieces of cost and benefits that are being assessed in different jurisdictions. And Ms. Jones and her colleagues at Public Service know this better than I do, since this was taken in part from their filing in a gas innovation plan proceeding before the Minnesota Commission. But the cost benefit test in Minnesota is governed first by an early commission decision requiring, as Colorado now will, a cost benefit handbook, but then updating that handbook to focus on how different costs and benefits flow into what in Minnesota is known as a gas innovation plan filing or gas innovation plan proceeding. And so these are some of the buckets of analysis that the Minnesota plan requires as part of its overall cost benefit analysis. And I present this in part in response to the commission's questions around what are the things that we in Colorado might consider as we think about building out a cost benefit analysis and a cost benefit handbook. And in particular, in light of this jurisdictional specific test or potentially a Colorado test, thinking about things like workforce training or local economic development, again, both part of the state's overall policy goals, and I think reflected in a number of different places, may be things that the commission wants to think about, including in a cost benefit analysis. Similarly, to the extent that the commission starts to think about non-fossil gas in the pipeline, but different alternative gases as part of different approaches, what are the costs and benefits of changing out the molecules in the pipeline? Because I think that as we think about gas infrastructure planning, one of the policy goals, ultimately, as I articulated earlier, is emissions reductions. And so thinking about that as one of the benefits. Again, I'm not going to go through this whole slide, but we'll make sure that it's filed. This is data on the New York benefit cost analysis. And again, this was governed by an initial decision by the New York PSC. That initial decision really was applicable to the electric utility side, recognizing that, like Colorado, New York was moving into a more robust gas system planning framework. The commission stood up a working group to develop a benefit cost analysis focused on gas infrastructure planning, and ultimately memorialized a lot of these requirements and others in their language around benefit cost analysis handbook for the utilities. And so this just lays out some of the things that they now consider on the gas infrastructure planning side. And last, this is familiar to the commission and many here. This is just taken from the strategy report that Ms. Jones referenced earlier, focusing on Colorado. And here too, it lists out some of the potential costs and benefits that might be memorialized in benefit cost analysis. And again, things like gas workforce, electric system reliability, emissions on the electric system side. Again, as we think about a handbook, thinking about, does that handbook apply only in gas infrastructure planning, or would there be value in thinking about how any benefit cost analysis handbook in Colorado might be used both in a DSM context and in a clean heat plan proceeding? And so while we are statutorily directed in some places to use an MTRC, how can we work an MTRC to align with something like a jurisdictional specific test where we might be looking at these additional costs and benefits? There are several slides here, Commissioner Gilman, and I am going to go through them very, very briefly. But they all lay out the different costs or utility system impacts by potential type of filing, and whether or not they would be a benefit or a cost, or could be considered both ways as one develops a jurisdictional specific test. What I did want to highlight is the manual actually also includes a listing of gas system impacts and how to think about those in developing jurisdictional specific tests. And so obviously fuel cost, capacity, environmental compliance, and market price effects. And that's really, does achieving those state policy goals and the actions consistent with that have impacts on the wholesale market price of gas in the jurisdiction. And this would be largely replacing a lot of what was on that first side for electric system impacts, but the broader societal impacts that are part of jurisdictional test would all apply in addition to this. And happy to answer questions as we get into discussion. This is the process that the manual lays out for developing a test. And I think we are somewhere in this process, but it starts with articulating the goals, including utility system impacts, thinking through what are the non-utility system impacts, and then how to do that symmetrically. And I think that's largely with the presentation of the EMTRC where we are. Importantly, it talks at the end about establishing comprehensive and transparent documentation. And so that's sort of the final step in this process. So this is a little bit about methodologies and data sources and coming out of the practice manual and where we might find some of that. And I think a lot of it actually flows out of information that the utility has. This is the last slide I have. I do want to make one comment, Commissioner Gilman, with respect to the company's presentation of both an EMTRC and modified RIM test. You know, in going through the manual, they recommend the jurisdictional specific test. They do contemplate additional tests, but it's also clear that in their view, if a commission or decision-making body is interested in understanding not just what has the most costs versus the most benefits versus costs, that a jurisdiction may not want to look to a RIM test, but instead look to a series of things that would have the utility filing a rate impact analysis, because a rate impact analysis is a little bit different than a rate impact measure test. The rate impact measure test is focused on the cost and benefits, whereas the rate impact and the bill impact analysis will actually get down to what does it mean to the customer from a rate perspective, and what does it mean to the customer from a bill perspective. And so as the commission thinks about what information it wants in addition to any sort of cost benefit analysis, it may be worth thinking about those rate and bill impact pieces as well. So again, I went through a lot quickly, my apologies, but wanted to keep us on track for time, and I'm sure we'll get into it with a lot of questions, so thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And we'll get it all out on the table before we have our discussion. So thanks, Mr. Hay. Ms. Pickling, I'll turn to you. And let us know if you don't have screen share abilities, but hopefully you do.
Let's find out. All right, so you should see the presentation again.
I got it.
Excellent. Right.
Yep, got it.
Situated. Excellent. Okay, great. Okay. So yeah, this section of our presentation will generally focus on lessons learned from Public Services for SCIP. In this way, I think it's complementary to the presentation that Mr. Hay gave, because it's not very high level. It's just largely reactive to what we saw in the first gas infrastructure plan. Overall, we were really pleased with the outcome of that proceeding, which identified multiple cost-effective non-pipeline alternatives to planned gas infrastructure projects. And at the same time, in that proceeding, we recommended multiple improvements to the company's cost-benefit analysis methodology and improvements to the robustness of the maps submitted in that proceeding. So those are the issues I'll focus on. So just some high-level principles on cost-benefit analysis. So first of all, it should compare the costs and benefits of the NPA against the status quo pipeline project. So in the first SCIP, Excel calculated benefit cost ratios in isolation for both the gas infrastructure project as well as the non-pipeline alternative being evaluated against that infrastructure project. So instead, we would recommend the company calculate the benefit cost ratio of the non-pipeline alternative with the avoided cost of the gas infrastructure project incorporated as a potential benefit. And I will go into more detail on that in the following slides. Second, the costs of potential NPA measures such as electrification and efficiency, along with administrative costs, should be clearly cited and up to date, and should account for other available federal and state incentives. Third, assumptions about necessary electric system upgrades should be transparent and incorporate information about exogenous demand trends. And this is important because assumptions about electric generation, transmission, and distribution upgrades required for electrification can change the outcome of the cost-benefit analysis. And finally, the gas utility should make sure to include all of the potential benefits of the NPA in the cost-benefit analysis. And I'll run through a few of them in the following slides that we think should be incorporated into future GIFs. All right. So diving more into that first bullet from the previous slide. So on the right of this slide, it might be difficult to see, but this is a screenshot of the company's cost-benefit analysis summary from its recent GIP. And as you can see, the benefit cost ratios are calculated separately for both the achievable NPA portfolios and the gas infrastructure projects. And all of these benefit cost ratios are well below 1. Although the BCR for the achievable NPA portfolio typically is higher than that for the gas infrastructure project. And from these benefit cost ratios, it's difficult to see the full picture of what's going on. So for example, the company recommends moving ahead with the Pearl Street Mall and F3 reinforcement NPAs, despite the BCR for both NPA projects being below 1. Meanwhile, the company does not recommend proceeding with the Harmony High Pressure Reinforcement NPA, despite the BCR for the NPA portfolio being much higher than that for the gas infrastructure project. So to summarize, these BCRs presented aren't providing very much useful information. And the problem is that the BCA is implicitly comparing both the gas infrastructure project and the NPA portfolio against a status quo do-nothing alternative. But for these projects, as Ms. Jones mentioned earlier in her presentation, there is no do-nothing alternative because to preserve system reliability, the company needs to move forward with either the gas infrastructure project or the NPA. So the BCA really needs to be comparing the NPA against the gas infrastructure project as the status quo option. And I'll show what that looks like on the next slide. So on this slide, I've provided a screenshot from a recent report by E3, GridWorks, and AVA, which shows a BCA of certain potential NPA projects in California. And here the report calculates benefit cost ratios for the NPA projects only, incorporating the avoided cost of the pipeline replacement projects as a benefit of the NPA. So those avoided pipeline replacement costs are shown in green on this graph. And here you can see the benefits of the NPA stacked up clearly against the costs, and that all of the benefit cost ratios are greater than 1. So that makes it easy to understand the report's recommendation for the utility to pursue the NPA project. So our recommendation is that likewise in gas infrastructure plans, the utility should calculate BCRs for the NPA, incorporating the avoided cost of the gas infrastructure project as a potential benefit of the NPA. So moving on to equipment cost assumptions. One of the key issues that came up in this past GIP was accounting for state of Colorado and federal tax credits available for heat pumps. And these are really important because they can reduce the installed cost of a heat pump by thousands of dollars. And also if the gas infrastructure project is slated to affect customers in the city and county of Denver or Boulder or another jurisdiction, offering local incentives, or if customer growth within these jurisdictions is driving the need for the project, the CPA should incorporate Denver, Boulder's, whomever's heat pump incentives as well. So to provide an example of how significant this could be, Denver's Climate Action Rebate Program provides up to $3,500 for cold climate heat pumps. So that's a significant cost reduction for folks living in that jurisdiction. Additionally, equipment and administrative cost assumptions should be clearly justified. So one other key issue that we had in the previous GIP proceeding was the assumption of a 20% administrative cost adder on top of the program cost of all of the NPU solutions that the utility analyzed. So it's worth noting here that the rebates in this recent GIP proceeding were assumed to be much higher than Excel's usual rebates for heat pumps and heat pump water heaters because they were assumed to cover the full cost of installing the equipment. So to use an illustrative example, if you take a $20,000 cold climate heat pump that the company is covering the cost for, a 20% administrative fee adder would mean an extra $4,000 in administrative costs to market and administer that one heat pump. So we thought this was high, and we recommend that in future GIPs, there really be justification and support for the administrative cost assumptions. So to continue on equipment cost assumptions and talk about the actual assumed cost of the equipment itself. The company assumed a cost of $5,500 for a heat pump water heater, which we recommended that the cost of a heat pump water heater should be closer to $2,800. Although the cost for a cold climate heat pump, on the other hand, was in line with the literature from our perspective. Although, as I mentioned, the company didn't apply federal and state tax credits to that amount. On the right, I have screenshot direction from the commission in the clean heat decision for Excel to collect data on the cost and characteristics of electrification measures that it installs through its clean heat plan, which is, I think, a really good start to validating the cost assumptions that we use in these proceedings against actual field data. That said, our experience so far is that oftentimes the dispute that we, the utilities and the interveners, have in these cases is not over the cost of the heat pump equipment itself so much as the cost of the counterfactual gas and AC equipment that customers would otherwise install. We're finding that the utilities' assumptions about the counterfactual cost are much lower than what we hear from talking to contractors. So it's very important that we're validating those counterfactual costs in the field as well. All right, moving on to electric system costs. The 2023 PSCO GIP assumed that all heating needs on a design day will be met solely with electric resistance heating, necessitating up to an average 12 kilowatt incremental winter demand per site. So that's 12 kW on top of the home's existing load. So in other words, they assume that the electric resistance backup isn't sized to simply supplement the heat from a cold climate heat pump, but rather is sized similarly to a gas furnace that is intended to provide 100% of the home's heating on a cold day. In reality, heat pumps can run at the same time as a backup strip, where the backup electric resistance strip provides just enough heat to raise the indoor temperature up to a set point. So the implicit assumption here is that the utility tends to conflate the HVAC design temperature that contractors use, which is intended to cover over 99% of the winter heating hours in a given climate, with the design day temperature that the gas utilities use. And in fact, HVAC contractors use a design temperature of around -1 Fahrenheit in the Denver area, at which modern heat pumps can provide most of their rated capacity, whereas the utility uses a design day temperature of -25 Fahrenheit. And in the field, a lot of the new construction and a lot of the retrofit projects even don't require electric resistance backup. And retrofits that do require backup require less of it than the company is assuming, somewhere between 3 kW and 10 kW per heat pump. Additionally, it's important to take into account the current headroom between system-wide summer and winter peaks. So in the previous GIP cost-benefit analysis spreadsheet model, there was kind of a single switch that got toggled if an NPA project would necessitate any grid upgrades. So in other words, if the company determined that the project would require electric distribution system upgrades, that switch would get toggled. And that switch would apply to all of the potential upgrade adders in the spreadsheet. So in other words, if the distribution system switch was toggled or the upgrade switch was toggled, The cost benefit model would also apply incremental generation costs, which are much higher, generation capacity costs. As you can see to the right, there is significant headroom between winter and summer peaks that in Excel's 2021 ERP base case is expected to increase between 2022 and 2030. So just to explain this graph, the blue line is winter coincident peak, and the red line is summer coincident peak. And the black line, which is graphed on the secondary axis, is the headroom, or the space between those two peaks. So you can see that the headroom is projected to increase from 1,600 to over 1,800 megawatts. Now, the Excel 2021 ERP doesn't account for the impacts of the Clean Heat Plan that was just approved, which will probably shrink rather than grow that headroom. But still, the load impacts of individual NPAs are a couple of orders of magnitude lower than current and projected system-wide headroom. At least they were in the previous GIP proceeding. So the GIP shouldn't assume that individual NPAs will trigger generation upgrades, and shouldn't apply the incremental cost of new generation to the CBA. Of course, distribution system upgrades might very well be a different story. So moving on to other NPA benefits, there were a few potential benefits that the initial Excel GIP didn't include that should be included in future utility GIPs. So first, the social cost of carbon and of methane of avoided upstream and behind the meter leakage. So the initial GIP quantified the social benefit of avoided methane leakage from the company's distribution system. But when we avoid consuming gas, we also avoid the methane that would have leaked between the production site and the city gate. And we also avoid the methane that would have leaked behind the meter from customer appliances. And those also generate a social benefit that should be quantified. So in the 2022 Excel DSM strategic issues case, the commission directed the company to apply a life cycle leakage rate of 2.2%. And we recommend applying the same total leakage rate to the GIP CBA. Second, the avoided negative salvage value of gas assets. So the amount it would cost to decommission those gas assets. That's a real cost of new gas infrastructure. The table to the right is screenshot from Excel testimony in its 2022 gas rate case and suggests that this cost is significant. So the company would need to collect an additional 70% above and beyond the upfront cost of putting distribution system assets into service. On the other hand, NPA measures like electrification and efficiency don't have a net negative salvage value. So it's important that we're accounting for this cost in order to portray the real cost and benefits of the gas infrastructure project versus the NPA project accurately. And finally, by paying for the cost of installing new equipment as an NPA incentive, the company is providing a benefit to the participants. As typically in an MTRC calculation, you account for program and participant costs. So for this reason, you're accounting for the incremental cost of the equipment in the CBA rather than just the program cost of the incentives, because the incremental cost of the equipment accounts for the kind of total costs and benefits to the universe of the utility plus the participant. Whereas the program cost, if you consider the program cost in isolation, that's more applicable to like a utility cost test. Unlike with traditional DSM programs, the NPA incentive in these GIPs is set at a level that's designed to get a customer to retrofit their appliance before it fails, rather than replacing their appliance upon failure. So in other words, it's likely that the customer receiving the NPA incentive may have already had a working appliance. But still, that's still a benefit, because that means that that a customer that receives that incentive now won't have to replace their appliance until further down the line, which is still a benefit to the customer. So the CBA should account for that avoided equipment replacement cost as a benefit, discounted according to the average number of years that the customer would be assumed to have left on their existing appliance. All right, and finally, overlap between the GIP and the clean heat plans. NPAs and the GIP don't exist in the vacuum, and they should be considered holistically in the context of utilities' existing clean heat plans. So for example, according to the company's modeling in the Excel clean heat plan case, their approved clean heat plan is projected to deploy over 90,000 all-electric heat pumps through 2028. That can displace a lot of gas demand independently of the NPA projects. So even if it doesn't pencil out as cost-effective to cover the full equipment cost of enough heat pumps or heat pump water heaters to avoid a particular pipeline project, with enough lead time, the company can still geo-target clean heat incentives to fast-growing areas in order to avoid or postpone an anticipated capacity expansion project using budgets that were already approved for the clean heat budget. So with that, I'll conclude this part of my presentation and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And Mr. Hay, Ms. Jones, if we can get you back. Thank you everyone for your timeliness on your presentations here. We got about a full 30 minutes to have a discussion today to make some progress. So it seems to me kind of a layer of questions here in how we proceed to get, I think eventually, similarly to the mapping, to in the coming months, what we've laid out in the work plan as a likely public service proposal that then we allow folks to have comment on. And so I guess the first question before we get into what exact costs and benefits, what resources might be the most reasonable or kind of parameters around them, as Ms. Ficklin got into some detail, I just wanted to talk broadly about the different cost tests and, what do we think should be included in an analysis for a future GIP. So Ms. Jones had presented the EMTRC and the ERIM ideas, and then Mr. Hay brought up also a jurisdictional cost test. So Mr. Hay, maybe I'll start with you. I'm curious from your perspective in introducing the jurisdictional cost test idea. Do you see that as taking the place of one of the two Ms. Jones had suggested, or a third? What would you expect in terms of the fullness of the information, like how many and what are the right cost tests to see in a GIP?
I appreciate the question, Commissioner Gilman, and I certainly wouldn't recommend a third cost test. I think having one cost test and then thinking about as the primary cost test, which has been traditionally what the commission has done, and then thinking about the value of an additional cost test, or thinking about whether or not the commission wants to see rate or bill impact analyses. I'm not sure that what the company has presented and what I presented are necessarily incompatible. I think that with respect to the data that's included, they probably work in very similar directions. I think that there may be aspects of the costs and benefits that would look a little bit different. But I think that the important distinction between the jurisdictional test and a modified total resource cost test, or an expanded modified total resource cost test, I think that's what the E was, expanded. It really comes down to the question of, are you looking at it from the perspective of the total system, the utility, and the participating customers? Or are you looking at it from the perspective of achieving the state's policy goals? And I think that shift in focus does determine a little bit what gets counted as a cost and a benefit. And I think that as the state goes forward, there's a lot of value to thinking about cost and benefits in terms of the directive is to achieve the policy goals. And so that is sort of a given. And again, I don't think that the company isn't intending to capture that. I think that they were likely working in the framework that we've all worked in, going back probably the better part of 15 years, at least, in the sort of traditional 4 cost tests. So I think that shift of perspective is really the biggest fundamental change that I would highlight between what I talked through and Ms. Jones talked through.
Okay, Ms. Ficklin.
Yeah, thank you. And to address the ratepayer impact measure specifically, So, I mean, I sympathize with the desire to understand, okay, like the total resource cost test incorporates a lot of different factors. What is kind of the bare bones impact on rates, but at the same time, there is a lot of complexity to that question, in part because gas assets are depreciated so differently from how these program incentives in the NPA, as part of the NPA, are depreciated, at least according to current frameworks. So gas system assets could be depreciated over, I think the average lifetime is about 60 years. The lifetime for certain types of assets is even longer than that. Assets, could be put in place today that would be, still existing and still being paid off by ratepayers in 2100. Whereas, on the NPA side of the ledger, my recollection is that the program incentives are depreciated. I believe they're currently included in the clean heat rider and depreciated over a few years. Although someone can correct me if I'm wrong about that. So, you might have a greater rate impact of the NPA measures in the near term, but like I think when we're considering the longer term trajectory of the gas system, given our climate goals, given our 2030 clean heat targets, what we're trying to do ultimately is protect future ratepayers, the ratepayers that are going to exist in 15, 20, 25, 30 years. And so looking at short-term rate impacts, it gives us some information, but it doesn't give us the whole picture. And I think we need to be like careful and cognizant of what the longer term goal is here, and what the longer term impacts of failing to right size or optimize our gas system investments according to our longer term climate trajectory might be.
Thank you. And so maybe I'll rephrase like a starting point question. Ms. Jones had presented the EMTRC. Thank goodness I have notes. The EMTRC as kind of this base, and then a secondary cost test that they're like willing or thinking of running, understanding the devil's in the details as far as what exactly is in both of these. What do you all think is a reasonable way to proceed to work on two cost tests? And one is primarily, the TRC with some modifications, and one is another will deal with the details that is either ratepayer, jurisdictional, something. Or do you all think that's not the right way to start this conversation or this idea on like what we should be using kind of as the foundation for where we're going? Mr. Hay.
If I may, thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I think the point of our presentation was to suggest that moving from something like an EMTRC to a jurisdictional test as the primary test would be appropriate. And that the first step in that is really figuring out what are the policy goals that we're trying to achieve. And I think importantly, it shifts, and this is on the slides that we will file later, it shifts the conversation from, will the system and the customer costs collectively be reduced to, will the cost of meeting the state's policy goals be reduced? And I think that that's an important shift and likely consistent, I think, with what Ms. Fickling was suggesting in terms of the way that we frame the conversation. And so I think that framing the conversation in terms of achieving policy goals in our recommendation would be appropriate. And then with respect to secondary tests, I don't think that there's disvalue in the company presenting that for discussion. I mean, the way I understand where we are is we are thinking about the development of a cost benefit test, and the company will take this back and come up with something, as well as a cost benefit handbook. And so to the extent that that's where we are, I think that we're perfectly happy to look at multiple versions of things and to provide a response back to the commission on them. But I think that moving from that EMTRC to that jurisdictional policy outcome focused approach will be a good first step. And as part of that, identifying what are the objectives, which I think is the conversation that we went through on mapping, a couple of hours ago, is sort of compatible with determining those initial objectives.
Ms. Jones, maybe I'll go to you. Maybe some initial reactions on Mr. Hayes' suggestion of a jurisdictional cost test and perhaps using that or a version of that, not necessarily completely instead of the TRC where we could see that, but perhaps more as a primary.
Yeah, I have several thoughts on that. So I'll start at the beginning, which is that not to say that we can't stray from this, but I think that the rules are rather clear in regards to the cost benefit analysis tool that needs to be used for non-pipeline alternatives. So it does at this point require a total resource cost accounting for social benefits such as carbon and methane. So that has been the company's approach up till this point to keep that as primary. I think my only concern on the jurisdictional cost benefit analysis is perhaps there's misalignment on whether or not we have a clear objective, because in my opinion, a non-pipeline alternative already has a very clear objective in our gas infrastructure planning rules, which is, as I mentioned before, any program or action, and hopefully I get these words right, to avoid, reduce, or defer a gas infrastructure project. And I think that's an important thing to note because it does have a slightly different objective than just reducing emissions. We're after trying to avoid, reduce, defer gas infrastructure. And so I'm not sure that it's really a fair comparison to just compare it to the clean heat plan targets when it's a complementary resource that the company is using, but not necessarily a resource under the clean heat, trying to reduce emissions. It's more of a benefit of kind of trying to implement this type of program, if that makes sense.
Mr. Hay, any thoughts on that?
Thank you, Commissioner Gilman. I appreciate the back and forth here with Ms. Jones and my colleagues. And, I think there's a pathway forward on this conversation where, we can think through what's required in rules. And obviously it's commission rules. Those are changeable if the commission finds that an alternative would be better. But we are, I recognize, far down a path of determining a cost test and wanting to move forward with something that we can implement in 2025. And so, I think that there may be an opportunity to continue to sort of iterate on the cost test over time and to move forward with the conversation where we are, but to think about what changes if we think about the sort of core question as being implementing state policy goals. Because I do think that at the end of the day, while the gas infrastructure planning, does reflect exactly what Ms. Jones represented, that is in part, and perhaps in large part, in service to achieving the state's larger set of policy objectives. I think overall, going back to the commission's decision in various gas proceedings, this is broadly all focused at managing cost effectively the transition that we all know is coming. And so I think that's where the Energy Office has focused its comments today, is around what kind of cost benefit analysis do we need to have in a gas infrastructure plan to make sure that we are reducing the costs of that transition.
And I'll go to you, Ms. Pickling, but I'm imagining this conversation going somewhat similar to our mapping, and that what's the next best step that we can take? And then what is maybe a desirable, more ultimate point to get to that may or may not play out, by the next skip or whatever it is. And so perhaps if we consider the rules, we spend a little more time today, after Ms. Fickling's comment, to look at that EMTRC test and look at how we fine tune that to ensure there's something more folks can agree on in the 2025 GIP, but then also look to kind of an alternative analysis that could be provided, which could look more like what some of the hopes might be to move to in the future, or just to kind of frame the conversation on what might be achievable in two stages. So go ahead, Ms. Pickling.
I'll keep this very brief because I think I'm pretty aligned on what Mr. Hay just said. But on this question of kind of the independence of the clean heat plan versus the GIP, I think they have goals that are slightly different in theory, but at the same time, the gas infrastructure planning rules were developed alongside the clean heat planning rules. So they were developed for a reason, because you can't have a cost-effective clean heat strategy without gas infrastructure planning. You can't have a cost-effective building decarbonization strategy without gas infrastructure planning. And it kind of goes in reverse too, in the sense that again, like the gas infrastructure planning rules don't exist in a vacuum. They exist in an environment where the company is committed to reducing emissions 22% by 2030. So any gas infrastructure project that is done that reduces emissions, even if reducing emissions isn't the primary benefit of that NPA project, it is a benefit that is important to the state's overall policy goals. And that should be considered because these two processes are working in tandem.
Excellent. Well, thanks for that. So let's maybe launch into a slightly more specific discussion. I'll get to you, Mr. Hay, in just a minute. I'll frame up my hope what we can talk about. A slightly more specific discussion. Let's focus a little bit on the EMTRC, assuming that's what we're going to see in the 2025 GIP. If it's within rule, there's some obviously fungibility in the future, but for now, that's what it is. And then, I think we can focus a bit more as we go on with this proceeding about what the desire is for an alternative to look into. So I'd love to go kind of line by line and look at those items and maybe start with Ms. Jones with a few kind of overarching questions coming out of the commission's GIP order related to CBA. Mr. Hay, did you have something that needs to go before that?
Just one thought, Commissioner Gilman, as we think about a potential future test. That test was developed by the National Energy Screening Project, and Tim Wolf at Synergy, or Synapse, was part of that group, as was Carl Rabago, both folks who have appeared before the commission before. And so as you think about the future of this proceeding and gathering more information, it may be useful to have one of the developers of that test talk about, what their thinking is on the gas side, where we are now as a state, and what the process would look like. That was my only observation, but certainly understand that we want to dig into the details of the EMTRC.
Ideal. And the way we envision it, we have another workshop coming where we are hoping to bring in some outside experts to help give us perspectives from outside of just what we've been talking about, in the previous GIP, to enlighten us as to what's going on elsewhere, other options. So that certainly could be appropriate in that context. Okay, so Ms. Jones, I want to start out with a couple questions that I have for you, kind of directly relating to the commission's order coming out of the GIP, to just understand the company's plans as it relates to CBA. So the first is with regard to the presentation. Ms. Fickling spent some time talking about if the essentially alternative is compared to a no action scenario and the infrastructure project is compared to a no action scenario in independent kind of cost tests, as we saw in the first round, or if they're essentially compared to each other, or as Ms. Fickling puts it, essentially the gas infrastructure cost embeds as a benefit under the alternative in basically one cost effectiveness test. The commission did indicate that we would like to see these combined into just one analysis when test, rather than comparing to a no action scenario, which I think we agreed was not a feasible way. No one's suggesting we do nothing. So maybe talk to me about, I wasn't quite clear from your presentation what the company's plans were with regard to that commission directive.
Yeah. So to be clear and in no uncertain terms, the cost benefit analysis framework that the company has prepared has never compared the NPA portfolio or the pipeline solution to a do nothing option. It has always compared one to the other. That being said, I will be completely transparent that the company made a misstep in that initial 2023 gas infrastructure plan by including a BCR ratio when it was in fact never actually utilized as part of the decision-making process. And we were very transparent about that in our reply comments in the gas infrastructure plan, that it will not be included moving forward. And in lieu of that, we will always be comparing the net present value of the two options. So with that, I actually think that me and Ms. Fickling are completely aligned that the gas infrastructure projects should be considered the baseline, and the non-pipeline alternative program should be compared to it. I think maybe the only discrepancy is a matter of whether or not we want to compare all the costs and benefits of one solution versus all the costs and benefits of the other solution. And it's our opinion that it's actually more efficient to do what we have proposed. While they are both completely mathematically equivalent, this, in our opinion, allows us to look at, one versus the other in a more clear and concise way.
Ms. Fickling, does it sound to you like you're in complete agreement? I'll be honest, I'm like this much lost trying to figure out if doing an NPV analysis of one thing versus an NPV analysis of a different thing, a different solution, is the same as doing, I think what I heard Ms. Fickling saying is one NPV, one analysis, you didn't use the words NPV, but one analysis whereby the avoided gas infrastructure is considered a benefit of an NPA. So it's like one analysis, I think is what I was thinking. You were saying, Ms. Fickling, maybe you can enlighten me if I got it wrong.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, like, to be fair, these are two mathematically equivalent things, as Ms. Jones said. So I think we are in alignment that there should not be separate benefit cost ratios presented for the gas project versus the NPA project. I think that was the key thing that was confusing to stakeholders and people reading the first gas infrastructure plan. I still think that there is a benefit, like in terms of understanding and presentation, to presenting one benefit cost ratio. But I admit that doesn't have a mathematical impact on kind of the decisions made as a result of the analysis.
Understood. Got it. So Ms. Jones, one other, I guess one other, is the company opposed to doing just one number? I mean, to me, I agree there's a mathematical equivalence, but it's somewhat similar. Like this would be the ultimate benefit of an NPA, and it looks good or it looks bad, whereby the avoided gas infrastructure would be a benefit in that scenario. I don't know. Is there resistance to that method, or?
So I might need a little bit more clarification, and I'm happy to work offline with WRA on their kind of proposed methodology. But my understanding was that that proposal was also not one number. It's still comparing two benefit cost ratios to one another, and anything with a higher benefit cost ratio was higher. So there could be some misunderstanding from my point of view. But are we opposed? No, like I said, they're both mathematically equivalent. However, we do have a tool that we've invested a lot of time and resources into. So it would be a shame to rework that tool at this point, knowing that it is mathematically equivalent and, in my opinion, pretty concise to read, barring the missteps that we had in the 2023 gas infrastructure plan, where perhaps too much information was presented and it caused some confusion. That pairing with the CBA handbook, which will explicitly tell you exactly the steps that we went through and how to interpret the results, in my opinion, is going to alleviate a lot of this confusion that we had in the 2023 gas infrastructure plan. So feeling very excited that we've already sort of combated the issues that we experienced back in 2023.
Ms. Fickling, briefly.
Just to clarify, in the analysis that I presented, it was one BCR for each project. So in other words, the avoided cost of the gas infrastructure project was incorporated as a benefit of the NPA. So yeah, like I think, again, this is like presentational as to, whether it benefits the reader to see a benefit cost ratio above one or below one. It's just like an easy way to look at an analysis and figure out whether it pencils out. But anyway, just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay, excellent. And totally encourage you to work offline to resolve any differences, understand kind of the differences in interpretation or direction here in the interim time before we get even to a proposal. The more problems we can solve, the better. Okay, next item, Ms. Jones. So the first item up, whether it is a cost on one side or a benefit on another side or whatever you call it, we got a big chunk of money that would be the gas infrastructure project, the traditional gas infrastructure project. Ms. Fickling pointed out in her slides the inclusion of net salvage value is an important and material additional cost that ratepayers pay. The commission agreed with that in our order coming out of the GIP. So I wasn't exactly clear from your presentation if the company intends to include that. I know there was some discussion at the end of the GIP about how FERC accounts work. And so I just want to see, is there confusion? Is there trouble in being able to include that additional cost of the net salvage value essentially as part of the cost of the traditional infrastructure?
Yeah, thanks for flagging that. So our direction from the commission out of that 2023 gas infrastructure plan was that we were going to put together a proposal to include the net salvage value on the gas side, and if there's any commensurate net salvage value on the electric side prior to the 2025 gas infrastructure plan. So the intention is yes. However, I don't have a explicit methodology to go through with you today. I think we're still internally kind of considering how we will account for those costs and or benefits on within the tool itself.
Okay, excellent. That's helpful. I wasn't clear from the terminology in your slides, so I just want to make sure we were all on the same page about what the proposal would look like there. As far as, I'm just going to tick off some of these items and apologize, I have nothing on the screen, but Ms. Fickling brought up that essentially participant cost should or could be net of, you know, a future purchase of equipment discounted for some like age left on the equipment. Because no, they might not need a furnace tomorrow, but they'll need one within the next 10 years. Any thoughts on that from the company's perspective in terms of participant cost having some kind of net effect?
It's a very interesting concept, and I do think it's something that we've toyed with a little bit internally. It seems reasonable, right? From just like a theoretical thought experiment that someone might have just gained 5 years of HVAC equipment that they would have, you know, come out of, it would have come to end of life sooner. That being said, my concern in relation to that is how we can actually make that quantifiable and measurable, and what assumption we would use in the cost benefit analysis tool as to how many customers within this geographic area are even in that scenario, or what we would assume for the life that they have remaining on their furnace. So that to me feels like the challenge, though it is from a theoretical thought experiment quite reasonable in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, and I would wonder if we are still kind of in the final stages. I promised that we were going to ask for some information after the first workshop. Some of that will be just foreshadow some additional information on the home energy use survey. I wonder if that has any information about age that could be garnered to have like a reasonable assumption here about kind of average ages of HVAC in order to have something we all know exists to reference to come up with a reasonable. Yeah, Mr. Hay.
Well, Commissioner Gilman, I would think I was going in maybe a similar direction and wondering if building permit data would help us with some of that, to the extent that we know either age of construction and assume the devices were installed in construction, or they were replaced with the permit later on. And then
I hope
make some
we'll
reasonable
know.
assumptions. So
yeah, I hope we'll know maybe more about this after our data request goes out to you guys. Sorry, we have been working on it over the last week. It's almost very ready, but it echoes a lot of this. Like, what do we know? How do we know it? And perhaps we come up with a good baseline there. Ms. Fickling, something?
I actually would suggest that we keep it a lot more simple than that. And typically, like in these analyses, we assume a measure lifetime for a gas furnace of like 15 to 20 years, usually about 20, depending on the analysis. So if you wanted to keep things simple, you could just assume that on average, assuming a uniform distribution of when those furnaces went in, which is reasonable, you could assume that the average furnace has 10 years of life left on it.
Okay. Okay. Maybe just quickly, one that I'm fairly curious about. I mean, I'm sure through this process of a proposal from you and some responses, we can understand, look, we have planning documents for the generation side of things. We have planning documents for the distribution side of things. So I think Ideally, we can find some references that we can all refer to, so we can be consistent across proceedings with what costs we're assuming for different things. In terms of non-energy benefits, I'm just as a wide open category. So we've heard perhaps other emissions as a concept there. Mr. Hay had some issues as far as like workforce. Does the company have a clear view of what non-energy benefits you would propose to include as non-energy benefits of an NPI? Like what broad categories?
Yeah, I think we do. And he's been waiting in the wings to talk to you, Commissioner Gilman. So I think I
I'm
might
gonna
ask
give
Mark
him
Schoenheider to join me for this conversation as
somewhere
well.
less
Since
than 4 minutes.
he almost got out of it, but I knew he was excited to talk a little bit about the category of non-energy benefit, as he's very familiar in it with his experience here at Xcel Energy.
Yeah, and I'll keep it short. Let's try that. I'll keep it short and to the point. I think when we added non-energy benefits, we envisioned them to be much the same as what they captured in the DSM plans. And a little bit of history there. They used to capture everything from like NOx and SOx and CO2, and we've in more recent history we have pulled out the CO2 as its own category, and so the magnitude of what the non-energy benefits adder covers has shrunk a little bit, both in scope and magnitude. But it's really it's all those sort of not quite quantifiable or less quantifiable characteristics, right? Whether that's workforce type benefits, labor benefits, any of the, we have a higher rate of non-energy benefits for projects that happen in equity communities, those sorts of things.
Thank you. I want to ask one other broad question of Ms. Fickling, Mr. Hay. With regard to how it was presented from public service, and I understand you all don't have the slide in front of you, and I'm sorry. They had listed a category of benefits that they would discount at WAC, given that they kind of frame this all as an NPV, and then a few categories of benefits they would discount at 2.5%. Just curious on like any initial reactions that we can give the company about that general direction. I can rattle them off because I have this slide in front of me, but Ms. Fickling.
Yeah, not having the slide in front of me. I thought they seemed reasonable. Generally, we would expect social costs and benefits. So, for example, the social cost of carbon and methane to be discounted at the 2.5% social discount rate versus investment costs. So, for example, the cost of installing a gas asset would be discounted at the WAC. So that seems right to me.
Excellent. Mr. Hay, any like initial reaction as to the discounts shown?
Yeah, I'm thinking because I think it depends on whether or not you construe, to the slide, to the extent that I remember that Ms. Jones presented, it was whether or not you consider the 80 decatherms or the not 20 decatherms, and one of those would be discounted at WAC, the other discounted at the social discount rate. It would be curious to me to see how those two numbers play out and numerically what they mean in terms of the dollar value in each calculation, not having had dollar values assigned in the way that it was presented on the company's slide, what that would look like to customers. So I don't know that I have a strong opposition initially to discounting benefits at the social discount rate. I think it's a question of whether or not you consider something a cost or a benefit, and then how the use of the particular discount rate then plays into the overall calculation. And I think to some extent, this comes back to my initial conversation around the jurisdictional specific test. And I think one of the differences between that and the company's current proposal, and recognizing that as a longer term conversation, is exactly how you think about what a cost and a benefit is under, a world in which, for example, the policy framework is the guiding principle, the cost of meeting emissions reductions is now a utility cost. It's not a social good. And so it gets accounted for differently. And again, I haven't done the math to think about what that means numerically. So no initial sort of opposition to the way of calculating benefits using that rate. I think it's that question of how each is done. And I would encourage the company to present all of those calculations for discussion, either in this proceeding or, in a future proceeding in which we consider the benefit cost handbook.
Thank you. Super lightning round. Ms. Fickling, you can add something a little extra if you need. I'm not clear if there is daylight now between how the company suggests adding accounting for avoided methane leakage as a benefit and what WRA was suggesting. I would just be enlightened. Are you all aligned now or not with regard to the inclusion of avoided methane leakage as a benefit? Have they not gone far enough, Ms. Fickling, or we think they're there?
Maybe I'll just interject first because I think that there might have been some misunderstanding on what we currently have in the tool for methane, but we are aligned with the 2.2% methane reduction. So I don't think that there's a point of concern unless you disagree.
Okay, and so an NPA for however many decatherms come off, 2.2% is allocated as a methane savings as a benefit, essentially.
Yeah, and you'll recall that the DSM strategic issues docket actually didn't conclude until after we filed our 2023 gas infrastructure plan. So you didn't see that in the first round. I'll be completely transparent about that, but that has since been updated in our cost benefit analysis framework.
Okay, got it. I have one, like, maybe it's a little off the wall, but it's 501, so I'm really sorry. If we assume the methane leakage is 2.2% in the distribution system to get it from where it starts to your door, do you essentially inflate gas commodity costs by that much as well, presuming you're purchasing more gas commodity than the person is actually consuming to serve them by about 2.2%?
I unfortunately do not know that answer off
Just-
the top of
just-
my head.
I don't know. I'm like, if it leaks out, I know there's the lost and unaccounted for, so I don't know. I haven't given it enough thought, but I'm like trying to figure out if there's slightly more gas commodity costs here because you did have to buy the gas and then it leaked out. But Ms. Fickling.
Yeah.
I actually don't think you should because like most of that is going to be upstream at the city gate. So
Okay.
In other words, most of it is going to occur upstream of the point at which the company is buying gas wholesale. Like there might be less than a percentage point of leakage between the city gate and the customer.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just trying to think it all through. Okay. Anything we need to get to before we conclude today? Okay. I would ask each of you if you could please upload your slides from today into e-filings. That would be incredibly helpful. This being a miscellaneous proceeding, comments are welcome at any time for either those joining us today as a presenter or those watching us on the webcast. We welcome comments to help us hone in. Our objective here is to make as much progress as quick as we can to help give the company some direction as to what stakeholders are looking for in these processes for the upcoming GIP. That said, to our presenters or anyone watching, I'm not so sure as last time that we'll issue any kind of data request or official questions or comments. But to the extent that you do have comments on what was presented today, there is a somewhat finite amount of time before we'll have another workshop, and then we'll ask the company to go away and give us a methodology. So if there are thoughts you have that need to be communicated before that point in time, it would probably behoove you to file a comment and let us know your perspective on those things. Same with the company, of course, if there is some issue you want to let us know more about, we only have so much time here, but really appreciate you all joining us. I feel like we made some progress and more vision on where we have alignment, where we don't, what the process moving forward looks like. So just a great thank you to the three of you, to Ms. Valentine, for Mr. Schoenheider, whoever else I saw from a public service company, as well as to our team here, Bill Wrights and Jesse Chula and Wyatt, our Foreman, our attorneys have been super helpful to me. So thank you all, everyone, for your efforts in getting this going. And thank you all for spending your afternoon with us to grind away at these issues. Appreciate it. We
you.
have not yet set a date for the next workshop. So I think be on the lookout for a interim decision that'll come out with a few follow-up questions. The first workshop, which will probably be issued in fairly short order. And then there will probably be a separate one to set that date for the workshop. We are targeting August, but we're working our hardest to work as fast as we can to get progress on all these things and get the right speakers to come and share with us. So watch for that. You haven't missed it. It's not out yet. Excellent. All right. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your afternoon.
Yeah.